Chapter 1628. Jar of the Precepts. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The jar of the precepts, as the name suggested, was the power of the precepts. When it entered the body, every muscle and even every cell would be filled with the power of the precepts. At this level, the physical strength of a person's body would skyrocket. His combat strength would also be terrifying. He was only half a step away from the saint realm. Huang Ling also had an inferior heaven spiritual body. She was a prodigy at the same level as the 10th prince. However, she was only a stage 2 half-saint. If she fought with the 10th prince, she would be easily defeated. In the 100-tribe battlefield, this kind of prodigy was the strongest. Prodigies who were even stronger would rarely come to the 100-tribe battlefield because there would be no training for them. The 10th Golden Crow Prince looked around and said, "I'm sure everyone knows that the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb is about to appear." Many people were shocked. The 10th Prince's first sentence was about the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Was he doing this because of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? Finally, someone can't help it. Lu Ming smiled faintly and glanced at Huang Ling. "I also know that some people have already obtained the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. It is in Darkwada City." The 10th Prince continued. Many people's eyes lit up. They knew that the 10th Prince was going to take the lead. However, the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb are divided into many parts. It is useless to obtain a single part. Only by gathering them together can we find the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and obtain the treasures inside. Today, I will take the lead. I also have the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Those who have the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb can gather at the Golden Crow Hall tomorrow at noon. After all, these maps and keys are useless if they are not combined. They can only be scraps. In the end, the Golden Crow 10th Prince added. Then, his enormous body disappeared. He disappeared from the sky. The 4 people from the Golden Crow clan also disappeared from the sky. How about it? Are we going to the Golden Crow Hall tomorrow? Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming. Of course. If we don't go, our maps and keys will be useless. Lu Ming said with a smile. At this moment, some people in Darkwada City were also looking at the 10th Prince. The entire Darkwada City was discussing this matter. After a day of silence, Lu Ming and Huang Ling headed for the Golden Crow Hall at noon the next day. The Golden Crow Palace was also bought by the Golden Crows in Darkwater City as a temporary residence. It was very large and was not smaller than the Phoenix Palace. When Lu Ming and Huang Ling arrived at the square in front of the Golden Crow Hall, they realized that it was already crowded. Many geniuses had gathered around the square. There were also many natives. Most of them didn't have the map or the key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. They were only here to watch the show and see who had the key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. There were dozens of golden-robed young men standing on the square. They were all members of the Golden Crow tribe. Among these people, there was a young man with a golden crown on his head. He sat on a chair and looked around with a dignified expression. He was the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow tribe. Lu Ming and Huang Ling blended into the crowd and did not go out. Who has the map and key to the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb? Come out. The voice of the Golden Crow clan's 10th Prince sounded. Bang! Bang! At that moment, a figure stepped into the air and landed on the square. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was tall and slender and was surrounded by lightning. His aura was intimidating. It's Wild Lightning Yi Dongfang from the Thunder God sect. Someone exclaimed. This person is very powerful. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The lightning surrounding Yi Dongfang was formed by the law of lightning. Once he attacked, it was earth-shattering. Yi Dongfang is extremely terrifying. He is an expert who is not weaker than the 10th Prince. Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Yi Dongfang, you have the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? The 10th Prince's eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light as he stared at Yi Dongfang. That's right. Yi Dongfang's hand glowed and a jade talisman and key appeared in his hand. They were almost the same as the jade talisman and key that Lu Ming and Huang Ling had obtained. "Take out your map and key," Yi Dongfang said. The 10th Golden Crow Prince smiled. With a wave of his hand, a jade talisman and a key appeared in his hand. Surprisingly, there were 2 jade talismans and 2 keys. You actually obtained 2 sets of maps and keys. Lightning energy shot out of Yi Dongfang's eyes. Many prodigies looked at the jade talismans and keys in the 10th Prince and Yi Dongfang's hands with burning eyes. However, no one dared to do anything. Trying to get the 10th Prince in Yi Dongfang's hands was no different from seeking death. 3 sets. It's obviously far from enough. Who else has the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? The Golden Crow 10th Prince looked around again. Us. At this moment, 2 more figures stepped into the square. These 2 youths were undoubtedly extremely terrifying prodigies. Although they were not as strong as Yi Dongfang and the 10th Prince, they were on the same level as Huang Ling, the Blood Jail Prince, and Wan Tiancheng. A jade talisman and key appeared in their hands. After a while, another person stepped out and took out a jade talisman and key. After a while, another person walked out. There was no doubt that these people who had obtained the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's jade talisman and key were extremely terrifying. None of them were weaker than the Blood Jail Prince and Wan Tiancheng. Including the one in the 10th Prince's hand, there were 6 sets of jade talismans and keys to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. The eyes of Yi Dongfang, the 10th Prince, and the others lit up. If this continued, they might be able to gather the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Anyone else? The 10th Prince's voice sounded again. "Let's go out." Huang Ling sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. "Okay." Lu Ming nodded. The 2 of them stepped out and landed on the square, immediately attracting everyone's attention. "That's Huang Ling from the Phoenix Palace." "Who is that kid? How can he stand with Fairy Huang Ling?" "I know. That kid came to Darkwada City with Huang Ling. He was assassinated by an assassin from the Thousand Slayer Manor as soon as he arrived, but that assassin was easily killed by him. He actually dared to kill an assassin from the Thousand Slayer Manor. How bold." Discussions broke out in the surroundings. The 10th Prince glanced at Lu Ming and Huang Ling before skipping over Lu Ming and looking at Huang Ling. He said, "Huang Ling, do you have the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb?" "It's not with me." "It should be with both of us," Huang Ling said as a key appeared in her hand. A jade talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Chapter 1629. The 10th Golden Crow Prince, Yi Dongfang, and the others were surprised. They had not expected Lu Ming, a rank 9 martial royal realm cultivator, to have a map. It was obviously a set with the key in Huang Ling's hand. However, given Huang Ling's strength, why didn't she take the map from Lu Ming? Wouldn't it be better to combine the map and the key? Why did she let them have the same map? Is he from the Phoenix Palace? The 10th Golden Crow Prince asked curiously. No. Huang Ling shook her head. Not from the Phoenix Palace? Many people's eyes lit up. A mere rank 9 martial royal realm cultivator is not qualified to have the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Give it to me. A cold voice sounded. A figure stepped out and a powerful aura shrouded Lu Ming. Prince Blood Prison. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Brat, give me the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. You don't deserve it. Prince Blood Prison said coldly, his eyes full of greed. Even with his strength, he did not have the key or the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. This made him jealous. None of the others were weaker than him, so he did not dare to touch them. However, Lu Ming was only a rank 9 martial royal realm cultivator, so he did not take him seriously. The 10th Golden Crow Prince, Yi Dongfang, and the others looked on indifferently. They did not say anything, nor did they stop him. Having the map or the key meant that one was qualified to enter the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb with them. However, those who had the map or the key were all talented and powerful. Lu Ming was only a rank 9 martial royal realm cultivator. How could he be qualified to go with them? I don't deserve it. Do you? Lu Ming sneered. I don't? Then I'll let you know whether I have it or not. Prince Blood Prison's eyes were cold. A bloody light gathered on his body and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix was heard. Huang Ling released a powerful aura and stood in front of Lu Ming. She stared at Prince Blood Prison and said coldly, Blood Prison, Lu Ming is with me. If you want to attack him, let's see if you can defeat me. Huang Ling, what are you doing? Do you really want to work with a 9th-layer martial emperor? I'm afraid that when we enter the reincarnation monarch's tomb, this person will only drag you down. Give me the map and cooperate with me, that's the way to go. Young Master Blood Prison said, trying to persuade Huang Ling, scram, or fight. Huang Ling scolded coldly. You, Prince Blood Prison was enraged, but he was wary of Huang Ling. Although Huang Ling was a genius at the same level as him, Huang Ling had the immortal heavenly phoenix body. Her life force was too strong. When she fought, she did not fear death. With her powerful life force, she could often exhaust her opponents to death. Among the prodigies of the same level, Huang Ling was undoubtedly extremely difficult to deal with. Damn it! Young Master Blood Prison roared in his heart. What was wrong with Huang Ling? Was there something wrong with her brain? She would rather cooperate with Lu Ming than with him. What was the difference between bringing along Lu Ming and bringing along a burden? Could this brat be Huang Ling's lover? Young Master Blood Prison had such a thought. Not only him, but many people around the square also had the same thought. Brat, with your cultivation, you won't be able to obtain any treasures even if you enter the reincarnation monarch's tomb. You'll only waste the map. Now, I'll give you a chance to sell the map to me. How about it? Young Master Blood Prison was still unwilling to give up. Scram. Lu Ming's answer was very simple. He only had one word. What did you say? Young Master Blood Prison's killing intent surged. He stared at Lu Ming viciously and said, Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have Huang Ling's support. You're just a piece of trash who only knows how to hide behind a woman. Let's see if you can keep the map of the reincarnation monarch's tomb. Having said that, young Master Blood Prison snorted coldly and stepped into the air, leaving the square. Among the crowd, 2 people looked at Lu Ming with fear. They were Zhao Kuang and Simo Yang. The 2 of them had also come to Darkwada City. They knew Lu Ming's combat strength. Back then, Wan Tiancheng was killed by Lu Ming. Of course, they would not remind young Master Blood Prison of Lu Ming's combat strength. Wouldn't it be better for Lu Ming to make enemies? They could use others to deal with Lu Ming. Does anyone else have the map and key to the reincarnation monarch's tomb? The 10th Golden Crow Prince's voice sounded again. Around the square, everyone looked at each other. This time, no one stepped forward. Then, the 10th Golden Crow Prince asked a few more times, but no one stepped forward. Obviously, there was no one else. Everyone, we have 7 maps here. Let's take a look and see if everyone is here. What do you think? The 10th Golden Crow Prince suggested. Great, that's what I want. Yi Dongfang was the first to speak. Then, the others nodded. Let's activate the patterns of the maps and put them together. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said. Then, he waved his hand, and a golden light screen enveloped them so that the others around the square could not see them. Many sighed. They had wanted to peek at the maps, but it seemed like it was impossible. Within the golden light screen, the 10th Golden Crow Prince took out 2 jade talismans. He poured his energy into them, and the 2 jade talismans glowed. 2 maps appeared in the air. Then, Yi Dongfang also poured his ethereal force into the jade talisman, and another map appeared. The 3 pieces of the map were pieced together in the air to form a larger map, but it was obvious that it was incomplete. Then, the others also poured their ethereal force into the jade talismans, and the incomplete maps appeared. Lu Ming did the same. The jade talisman in his hand also appeared. There were a total of 7 maps pieced together. It's still incomplete. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's face darkened. Obviously, the 7 maps were pieced together to form a relatively large map. However, it was obvious that something was still missing. There was a missing piece in the middle and a corner on both sides. Judging from the size, there should be 3 missing pieces. There should be a total of 10 maps and 10 keys. It's indeed incomplete. The map doesn't indicate the specific location at all. It seems that the specific location will only be shown when all 10 maps are complete. Yi Dongfang said. Maybe the person who obtained the remaining maps and keys is not in Dark Water City, but in the other 3 cities. Someone said. There were a total of 4 cities in the center of the 100-tribe battlefield, and a large number of prodigies had gathered there. The remaining maps were likely in the other cities. It's possible. I will send people to the other 3 cities to spread the news. During this period, it's best for us to stay in Dark Water City. Once the maps and keys are gathered, we will set off for the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said. The others nodded and put away the maps. Some of them glanced coldly at Lu Ming, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. However, after glancing at Huang Ling, they were all wary. The 10th Golden Crow Prince waved his hand, and the light screen disappeared. Chapter 1630. I have something to do. I'll take my leave. Yi Dongfang said and then left. Me too. Then, the others left as well. It seems that the map is not complete. Otherwise, they would not have left. That should be the case. They are waiting for the rest of the map and the key. The people around speculated. Lu Ming and Huang Ling also stepped into the air and left. Many people's gazes landed on Lu Ming. All of them had greedy looks on their faces. No one knew what they were up to. Soon, Lu Ming and Huang Ling returned to the Phoenix Palace. I must continue to improve my strength. Lu Ming thought to himself. With his current combat strength, together with Bubble and Ming Lian's second body, it was more than enough to deal with a prodigy like young Master Blood Jail. However, he was still lacking when facing prodigies like the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Yi Dongfang. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation had reached the peak of LV9 Martial Royal Realm. It was too difficult for him to break through in a short time. This was because he would be able to comprehend the ultimate realm and enter stage 1 of the Sage-to-Be. Entering the Sage-to-Be from LV9 Martial Royal Realm was a difficult task. Lu Ming had 2 ways to improve his combat strength in a short time. The first was the chaotic flipping sky seal. The second was to improve his soul power. He felt that he could soon break through the chaotic flipping sky seal and enter stage 5. As for his soul power, as long as he refined the demon crystals, it would continue to improve. Although geniuses like young Master Blood Prison and Huang Ling had spiritual deity defensive treasures to protect their souls, the defensive power was relative. If one's soul power was strong enough, it could still break through the defense and cause great damage to the soul. If Lu Ming's soul power was comparable to that of a bright sage expert, or even a great sage expert, he would only need to shout and look at young Master Blood Prison. He would be able to break through young Master Blood Prison's spirit deity defensive treasure and destroy his soul. In the final analysis, Lu Ming's soul power was not strong enough. Now, his soul power was comparable to that of a stage 2 Sage-to-Be. When Lu Ming's soul power reached stage 3, even if his opponent had spiritual deity defensive treasures, it would still cause great damage. Therefore, Lu Ming decided not to challenge them for the time being. He would cultivate in peace in Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the ancient tree of enlightenment. His mind entered a state of emptiness as he comprehended the chaotic flipping sky seal. In Darkwater City, young Master Blood Prison sat in a hall of a palace. His face was cold. I must get a map or key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Young Master Blood Prison said coldly as he clenched his fists. Without the map or key of the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb, he didn't even have the right to participate. Only with a map or key of the reincarnation monarch's tomb would he have the right to participate. Young master, do you have any plans? There were several other young men in the hall, all of whom were subordinates of young Master Blood Prison. Snatch. Young Master Blood Prison's eyes lit up. He said, that guy called Lu Ming is just a LV9 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. What right does he have to have a map? That map should belong to me. The others' faces changed. One of them said, but young master, Lu Ming is hiding in Darkwater City. We can't attack him there. Moreover, he's in Phoenix Palace. Phoenix Spirit is in Phoenix Palace. How can we snatch it? I'll find a way to get help to deal with Phoenix Spirit. As long as Phoenix Spirit is lured away, Lu Ming will be easy to deal with. He's just a LV9 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. As long as we capture Lu Ming and quickly escape from Darkwater City, the Saint Realm experts in Darkwater City won't be able to do anything. Young Master Blood Prison said coldly. Young Master, you're brilliant. The others quickly flattered him. Well, during this period, you should pay attention to Phoenix Palace and Lu Ming's movements. I'll find a way to get help to lure Phoenix Spirit away. As long as we find someone to help, we can start. Young Master Blood Prison said. Lu Ming had no idea about young Master Blood Prison's secret plan. He was wholeheartedly practicing the chaotic flipping sky seal. Lu Ming had already cultivated the primal chaos flipping sky seal to the peak of the 4th level. After this period of killing and tempering, it was on the verge of a breakthrough. Therefore, after Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly for 2 days, the primal chaos flipping sky seal naturally broke through and reached the 5th level. It was very difficult to cultivate the chaotic flipping sky seal. For example, Lu Ming did not spend too much time cultivating the wind thunder steps and the 13 accumulated strikes. However, he had only broken through to the 5th level after cultivating the chaotic flipping sky seal for so long. It was difficult to cultivate, but correspondingly, it was more powerful. Every time the chaotic flipping sky seal broke through a level, its power would soar, especially in the last 2 levels. In the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming stood on the top of a mountain. The chaotic domain was surging. In his palm, a chaotic flipping sky seal appeared and grew larger. Then, Lu Ming's palm shook and the chaotic flipping sky seal disappeared automatically. Then, in the other palm of Lu Ming, another chaotic flipping sky seal condensed. In the past, Lu Ming had to make gestures with both hands to condense the chaotic flipping sky seal. But now, he could condense the chaotic flipping sky seal without making gestures. In this way, it would be more convenient to fight. Now, let's increase my soul power. Lu Ming smiled and sat down. He took out a piece of demon crystal and began to refine it. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. After 5 days of continuous refining, Lu Ming's soul power also broke through. The strength of his soul power was equivalent to that of a stage 3 half-saint. It's time to go out and see if there's any news. Lu Ming thought to himself. In the next moment, he came out of the mountain river diagram and sent a message to Huang Ling. Soon, Huang Ling found Lu Ming. Huang Ling, how's it going? Has anyone who has the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb come? Lu Ming asked. 3 days ago, an expert came. He has a map and a key. Now, he's short of 2. Huang Ling said. Oh, looks like it'll be soon. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, the situation in Darkwater City is getting more and more complicated. Many experts from other cities have come. You have to be careful. Huang Ling reminded him. Lu Ming nodded. He had a hunch that there would be a storm before the opening of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Darkwater City would not be peaceful. At this time, a female disciple of the Phoenix Palace came and bowed to Huang Ling. Saintess, young Master Tianying of the Sky Bird Palace has sent someone here. He said that young Master Tianying has arranged a banquet at the Drunken Immortal restaurant and would like to invite Saintess for a chat. Young Master Tianying. Huang Ling frowned. Saintess, are you going? The people of the Sky Bird Palace also said that young Master Tianying has invited the Golden Crow's 10th prince. You're the only one left. The female disciple of the Phoenix Palace said. Huang Ling pondered for a moment and said, Go and tell them that I'll be there in a while. Yes. Chapter 1631. Sky Bird Palace. Is it also an Emperor-level force? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. It's a terrifying Emperor-level force. Sky Bird Palace is made up of flying beasts and divine beasts. They have many experts. As for Phoenix Palace, although we are humans, our bloodline and spiritual bodies are related to the Phoenix. Therefore, Phoenix Palace and Sky Bird Palace have a good relationship. Young Master Tianying is a peerless genius of Sky Bird Palace. He invited me to a banquet and I can't reject him. Lu Ming, you can walk around Phoenix Palace. I'm leaving. Huang Ling said. All right, go ahead. Lu Ming nodded. Huang Ling turned and left. Lu Ming walked around Phoenix Palace for a while to relax. He then returned to his room and planned to enter the mountain river diagram to continue cultivating. At that moment, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. There were people in his room. 3 young men looked at Lu Ming with sharp eyes. Swoosh! One of the young men moved and appeared at the door. After a while, an inscription talisman appeared. Endless inscriptions filled the air and formed a halo that shrouded the room. Everyone, you've entered the wrong room. Lu Ming said lightly. Nonsense. Lu Ming, hand over the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. You're not qualified to have it. One of the young men said coldly. The 3 young men exuded powerful auras. They were all Stage 2 Sage-to-be experts. However, they had superior earth spiritual bodies. Who sent you here? Tell me and get lost. Lu Ming said coldly. You're courting death. Since you're not handing it over, I'll take it myself. One of the young men said coldly and stepped forward. He grabbed at Lu Ming with his palm. His palm expanded rapidly and was filled with blood-red light. Boom! Lu Ming threw a punch. The young man's palm exploded and his body was sent flying. He crashed into the halo and shattered it. His body crashed through the wall and flew out. Then, Lu Ming turned around and threw another punch. The young man standing at the door was also sent flying by the same punch. How is this possible? The last young man was astounded. They were all in the second stage of the half-step saint realm and had comprehended the laws. However, they weren't a match for Lu Ming and were sent flying by Lu Ming's punches. Without a second thought, he shot up into the sky, broke through the room, and rushed out. Since you're here, don't leave. Lu Ming said coldly. His figure flickered as he chased after the young man. The young man was scared out of his wits and shouted, Young master, save me. Boom! Just as the other party's voice faded, Lu Ming had already appeared beside him. The flowing element gloves glowed, and with a punch, the other party was torn into pieces. Generally speaking, geniuses with superior earthly spiritual bodies were no match for Lu Ming unless they had reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm and had a body of laws. They would be easily crushed and killed. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard as a dozen figures charged toward Lu Ming. Their cold killing intent was not concealed at all. So many experts had actually come in. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. The divine sword art was activated through sound waves and rushed toward the experts. With Lu Ming's soul power that had reached the 3rd stage of the half-step saint realm, the divine sword art's power was amazing. The young men suddenly screamed and fell to the ground one after another, no longer breathing. Damn it, Lu Ming, you deserve to die. An angry roar sounded as a blood-red figure appeared in the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Young Master Blood Prison, it's really you. Lu Ming said coldly. The last person to appear was young Master Blood Prison. At this moment, young Master Blood Prison's body was filled with cold killing intent and his eyes were red. He was angry and heartbroken. Originally, he had thought that dealing with Lu Ming and a few second-stage half-step saints would be enough. He had brought a dozen experts to support them. However, he did not expect that 3 experts would be killed by Lu Ming in an instant. Even the other dozen experts were killed by Lu Ming's sole attack. These were all supreme talents, which made his heart bleed. He had to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Hoo-hoo. A blood-red flag appeared in his hand. The flag expanded rapidly and covered the sky. It turned into a sea of blood that shrouded Lu Ming and the entire courtyard. Who's there? The disciples of Phoenix Palace were alarmed. They rushed out of their courtyards and stood in the air. When they saw the sea of blood, their faces changed. The sea of blood was too terrifying. If an ordinary person was shrouded in it, they would die. It's young Master Blood Prison. How dare he cause trouble in our Phoenix Palace? Go and report to the Saintess. The disciples of Phoenix Palace were in an uproar. The commotion was huge. Not only Phoenix Palace, but more than half of the city was alarmed. Figures rushed into the air and watched from afar. It's young Master Blood Prison. He actually attacked Phoenix Palace. He must be after the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb in Lu Ming's hands. But to be honest, that Lu Ming is not qualified to have a map. Isn't young Master Blood Prison afraid that Huang Ling will attack? He's probably using some other method to stop Huang Ling. Many people thought for a moment and guessed young Master Blood Prison's motive. Drunken Immortal Inn was some distance away from Phoenix Palace, but the commotion in Phoenix Palace still reached here. Damn it, it's young Master Blood Prison. Huang Ling rushed out of Drunken Immortal Inn and looked in the direction of Phoenix Palace with a gloomy face. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures appeared beside Huang Ling. One was a young man in a black feathered robe, and the other was the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Huang Ling, let's continue drinking. The young man in the black feathered robe said indifferently. Young Master Tianying, I didn't expect you to join forces with young Master Blood Prison. You asked me out in advance so that young Master Blood Prison can take action. Huang Ling looked coldly at the young man in the black feathered robe. This person was young Master Tianying of Sky Bird Palace. Young Master Tianying chuckled and did not deny or admit it. But there was indeed an aura that locked onto Huang Ling. What is young Master Blood Prison doing? He actually caused such a huge commotion when dealing with a mere rank 9 Marshal Royal. Young Master Tianying snorted coldly in his heart. The 10th Golden Crow Prince looked indifferent. He did not know about this beforehand, and now that he knew, he would not care. Huang Ling, let's continue drinking. Young Master Tianying continued. Alright, if you want to drink, I'll drink with you. Huang Ling suddenly smiled inexplicably and turned to return to Drunken Immortal Inn. This stunned young Master Tianying. He thought that Huang Ling would rush to Phoenix Palace to rescue them. He did not expect Huang Ling to return to Drunken Immortal Inn. It seems that Huang Ling and Lu Ming are not on good terms. Young Master Tianying laughed in his heart. Chapter 1632. In Phoenix Palace, young Master Blood Prison was frantically activating the blood flag. He was about to turn into a bloody light and merge with the blood sea. He wanted to refine Lu Ming. This move again. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. Then, he raised both his hands in the air. Boom! In the sky, a huge chaotic flipping sky seal appeared and pressed down on the blood sea like a mountain. Boom! The blood sea shook violently. A large amount of bloody energy was destroyed. The blood sea was constantly suppressed and shrunk. When Lu Ming had first fought with young Master Blood Prison, he had used the chaotic flipping sky seal with all his might, but he had only been able to create a small opening in the blood sea. Now that the chaotic flipping sky seal had broken through to the 5th level, its power had increased tremendously. Even if Lu Ming had not used all his strength, he could still suppress the blood sea and constantly destroy it. Swish! The blood sea shook. Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and rushed out of the blood sea. He stood in the sky. Azura, Lu Ming, you are Azura. Young Master Blood Prison shouted wildly and his voice spread far and wide. What? Azura? Lu Ming is Azura? That mysterious and powerful Azura is Lu Ming? It's possible. Don't forget that Azura's cultivation is also at LV9 Martial Royal Realm, the same as Lu Ming. Many people were surprised by young Master Blood Prison's shout. Lu Ming was the mysterious Azura who had been challenging experts. Whoosh! Young Master Blood Prison put away the blood sea. The blood sea turned back into a flag and he held it in his hand. Lu Ming, since you are Azura, I have found the wrong person. Having said that, young Master Blood Prison wanted to retreat. He knew that if Lu Ming was Azura, he would not be able to defeat Lu Ming. Ho ho, you have come today. Just like your men, stay here forever. Lu Ming said coldly as he took a step forward. At the same time, light spots appeared on his body. 12 sacred weapons were suspended around him. Swish! Lu Ming grasped the black dragon spear and thrust it at young Noble Blood Prison. You want to kill me? You? Young Master Blood Prison roared and waved the blood flag. Blood light filled the sky as he fought with Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The two of them exchanged a few moves in a row, and their energy was rampant. Lu Ming, even if you use your ultimate move, you'll only be on par with me. You want to kill me? Dream on. Young Noble Blood Prison roared. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly shouted, and the divine sword secret art burst out. 2 jet black sword lights burst out from his eyes and rushed into Prince Blood Prison's body. Soul attacks are useless against me. I have the spiritual deity's defense. Ah! Sir Blood Prison stopped mid-sentence and let out a pained howl. He felt waves of tearing pain coming from his soul. How can your soul be so powerful? Young Noble Blood Prison roared. Lu Ming sneered and stepped into the void. A chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in his hand and he threw it at Prince Blood Prison. Boom! This chaotic flipping sky seal had about 60% of its full power, and its power was amazing. Prince Blood Prison waved the blood flag and attacked the chaotic flipping sky seal. However, Prince Blood Prison was hit by Lu Ming's divine sword secret art. His soul was in pain, and his strength was somewhat reduced. After a violent collision, Prince Blood Prison retreated continuously. Buzz! Another chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in Lu Ming's hand and suppressed Prince Blood Prison. When Lu Ming threw out the chaotic flipping sky seal, his palms emitted a terrifying fluctuation. One could see that a chaotic flipping sky seal had appeared in each of Lu Ming's palms. 2 chaotic flipping sky seals appeared at once. One after another, they pressed down on young Master Blood Prison. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the divine sword secret art to attack Prince Blood Prison. Boom! 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 Prince Blood Prison used all his strength to resist, but after blocking 5 or 6 chaotic flipping sky seals, the blood light on his body kept trembling. His face was as pale as paper, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Under the continuous attacks of the chaotic flipping sky seal and the divine sword secret art, Prince Blood Prison was seriously injured. Before the breakthrough of his soul power and the chaotic flipping sky seal, Lu Ming's main body could only fight Prince Blood Prison to a draw, even if he used all his strength. But now, he could completely suppress Prince Blood Prison. Go! Prince Blood Prison was scared. After blasting away a chaotic flipping sky seal, he wanted to escape. However, an even larger flipping sky seal formed and suppressed him. At the same time, Lu Ming's glabella shone. His second body stepped out, and the Tai Chi disc array appeared. A Tai Chi pattern appeared and suppressed Prince Blood Prison. How is this possible? Prince Blood Prison's pupils contracted sharply, and he struggled to resist. However, under the joint attack of the second body and the main body, he was powerless to resist. Boom! Under the joint attack of the Tai Chi pattern and the chaotic flipping sky seal, his body exploded and turned into a ball of blood light. Then, the blood light wriggled and reformed into Prince Blood Prison's body. However, his current aura was much more dispirited than before. He was extremely weak. Buzz! Above the second body's head, the Tai Chi pattern shone and turned into two yin-yang fish swords, slashing at Prince Blood Prison. Prince Blood Prison was terrified, and he frantically waved the blood flag to resist. The yin-yang fish swords turned into two sword lights, one black and one white. They cut through the void and slashed at the blood flag. The blood light of the blood flag was directly broken. The yin-yang fish sword slashed through the blood flag, and the power of the blood flag was almost destroyed. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. This time, he performed the chaotic flipping sky seal with all his strength. A huge chaotic flipping sky seal formed to kill Prince Blood Prison. No, no, Prince Blood Prison screamed in horror. He was already severely injured, and his aura was weak. Now that the blood flag was destroyed, and Lu Ming performed the chaotic flipping sky seal with all his strength, he had a feeling that he would be killed by this move. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. This is Darkwada City. You can't fight here. Senior, help me. Young Master Blood Prison roared like a madman, trying to get the local Saint Realm powerhouses of Darkwada City to intervene. Before he attacked, he was afraid that the local Saint Realm experts would intervene. Now, he desperately hoped that the local Saint Realm experts would intervene. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. There was no movement at all. The local Saint Realm experts didn't seem to have any intention of intervening. This surprised many people around. In the past, if there was such a big commotion, the local Saint Realm experts would have intervened. But today, there was no movement at all. Die! Lu Ming said coldly. He raised his hands, and the chaotic flipping sky seal exuded a terrifying aura, suppressing Prince Blood Prison. Whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying sword light pierced through the void behind Lu Ming. It crossed a long distance in an instant and stabbed at Lu Ming's back. Chapter 1633. An assassin from Thousand Killers Manor. A thought appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Moreover, this was an extremely terrifying assassin. He was 10 times more terrifying than any of the Thousand Killers Manor's assassins that Lu Ming had encountered before. This was definitely a skypride on the same level as young Master Blood Prison and Wan Tiancheng. Moreover, he was an assassin. Any other genius on the same level as young Master Blood Prison would be dead for sure. There was no suspense in the fact that they would be killed by this sword. However, Lu Ming wasn't just any ordinary person. During this period of time, no matter where he was, he had always been on guard against Thousand Killers Manor's assassins. It was the same even in the middle of a war. Therefore, the moment the Thousand Killers Manor's assassin attacked, he sensed it. He didn't let Bubble take action because he was on guard against Thousand Killers Manor's assassins. Therefore, when the sword light pierced Lu Ming's body shattered like glass, and Lu Ming's body appeared more than 10 meters away. At the crucial moment, Bubble took action and used the space-time domain to teleport Lu Ming more than 10 meters away while the primal chaos flipping sky seal continued to suppress him. Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal struck young Master Blood Prison's body. His body instantly exploded and turned into a ball of bloody light. The bloody light wriggled, trying to escape, but the terrifying power of the primal chaos flipping sky seal was constantly destroying young Master Blood Prison. No, young Master Blood Prison let out an unwilling scream. Then, the ball of bloody light was completely obliterated and disappeared from the world. Young Master Blood Prison was dead. Whoosh! At this moment, another sword gleam pierced toward Lu Ming. Its speed was astonishingly fast and its power was shocking. However, Lu Ming was already on guard. Boom! Lu Ming punched out, bombarding the sword light. The sword light shook and a black-clothed man appeared. He borrowed the power of Lu Ming's punch to retreat rapidly. The second attack was blocked by Lu Ming. The assassin knew that the assassination had failed and wanted to retreat. Stay here. Lu Ming kicked the black dragon spear. The black dragon spear turned into a black lightning and shot towards the opponent. But Lu Ming used the wind thunder steps and took a step forward. He grabbed a nearby battle sword and slashed out. A 10,000-meter-long sword ray slashed towards the black-clothed man. Whoosh! Whoosh! The speed of the black-robed man was extremely fast. His figure constantly flashed, leaving behind a series of afterimages. First, he avoided the attack of the black dragon spear. Then, he slashed out a sword light, which collided with Lu Ming's sword light. However, at this moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around the black-clothed man's body, enveloping him within. His body immediately stiffened. The second body controlled the yin-yang fish sword and slashed at the opponent. The black-clothed assassin's figure suddenly blurred. Then, a shocking sword light burst out and broke the transparent bubble. He wanted to escape, but he was still a step too late. The yin-yang fish sword's black sword slashed his body, almost cutting him in half. Blood splattered in the sky. The black-clothed assassin roared angrily. His body was shrouded in a layer of black fog. His speed suddenly increased and in a few flashes, he disappeared into the void. The Thousand Slayer Mansion's assassin's movement technique was too powerful. After failing to assassinate, he wanted to escape. Even Lu Ming could not stop him. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in an instant. At this moment, many of the onlookers reacted and gasped. The Blood Prison Prince is dead. God, the Blood Prison Prince was killed by Lu Ming. He died at the hands of a rank 9 Marshal Royal. Unbelievable. Lu Ming is a Jura. He has become stronger again. Also, what is that body? Could it be a clone? But it doesn't look like it. Even the Thousand Slayer Mansion's assassin was injured and retreated. It's too terrifying. The scene was noisy. Many people were discussing excitedly and were shocked. They were shocked by Lu Ming's strength and Lu Ming's methods. In the Drunken Immortal Inn, Prince Tianying could no longer remain calm. He stood in the sky and looked into the distance. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. That blood prison is courting death. Huang Ling held a wine cup and walked to Prince Tianying's side. You already knew about Lu Ming's strength? Prince Tianying gritted his teeth. Huh, what do you think? Huang Ling smiled. Prince Tianying's face was as black as charcoal. Obviously, Huang Ling knew that the Blood Prison Prince was no match for Lu Ming. Hence, she acted very indifferent. Humph. Prince Tianying snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves and left. This Lu Ming is a top figure. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said calmly with his hands behind his back. He then left as well. Lu Ming, it seems like you have become stronger again. Huang Ling whispered. Her figure moved and she flew toward Phoenix Palace. Soon, Huang Ling returned to Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming, are you alright? Huang Ling asked. I'm fine. Lu Ming shook his head. Huang Ling, it seems like there's a traitor in your Phoenix Palace. Previously, the Blood Prison Prince's men had been able to enter his room silently. This was definitely because someone from Phoenix Palace had received them. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. I will investigate this matter. Huang Ling's voice turned cold. Her icy gaze swept across the surrounding Phoenix Palace disciples. The expressions of the Phoenix Palace disciples changed drastically. Lu Ming, don't you think it's strange that the native Saint Realm experts of Darkwater City did not make a move this time? Huang Ling asked again. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded. He also felt that this was a little strange. The two discussed for a while but could not come to a conclusion. They could only guess that the native Saint Realm experts were not around. However, they had heard that there was more than one Saint Realm expert in Darkwater City. It could not be that all of them were not around. Since they could not figure it out, they did not think too much about it. Huang Ling arranged another residence for Lu Ming and Lu Ming moved in. The surrounding crowd also dispersed. The news of this battle quickly spread throughout Darkwater City. This battle had greatly increased Lu Ming's reputation. In many people's eyes, Lu Ming was more terrifying than Huang Ling since he was able to kill a genius like the Blood Prison Prince. They finally knew why Huang Ling and Lu Ming had the map and key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. It was because Lu Ming had the strength to do so. The crowd no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming, who was a rank 9 martial royal. Of course, there was another matter that had a great impact. That was why the native Saint Realm experts did not make a move. This matter was very strange and there were many different opinions. However, over the next few days, this topic became a hot topic. This was because there had been a few more battles in Darkwater City over the past few days. However, the native Saint Realm experts did not make a move. Many people guessed that the native Saint Realm experts did not care. In other words, they could make a move as they wished in the city. Chapter 1634. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Lu Ming killed the Blood Hell Prince. In these 7 days, someone finally stepped into Darkwater City with the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and the key. Only the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb were left. At this time, the atmosphere in Darkwater City became more solemn. This was because the geniuses of the other 3 cities had also heard about the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and stepped into Darkwater City. Boom! On the 7th night, there was a shocking sound in Darkwater City. Someone was fighting. Figures rushed into the sky and looked into the distance. Lu Ming also rushed into the sky and watched from afar. Whoosh! Then, Lu Ming saw a young man rush into the sky, trying to escape. It's him. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he recognized this young man. This person was the genius who had the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. He was also a heavenly spiritual body expert who had comprehended the laws. Boom! A large yellow hand suddenly formed and grabbed at the young man. The young man used all his strength to break the hand. In the end, the large yellow hand broke, but the young man vomited blood and was severely injured. Give me the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and I'll spare your life. A young man in a yellow robe appeared in the sky. His vast aura suppressed the surroundings. Jar of Laws. Lu Ming could tell that this young man was a half-saint who had comprehended the laws. He was also a heavenly spiritual body, an expert on the same level as the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Yi Dongfang. Don't even think about it. The young man roared and tried to break out. The young man in the yellow robe's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, huge stone swords appeared in the sky and slashed at the young man. The difference between the 2nd stage and the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm was huge. The young man was no match for him. In a few moves, a stone sword pierced through his body and almost killed the spiritual deity. Don't kill me. I'll give you the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. In the end, the young man was afraid and handed over the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. The young man in the yellow robe took the key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and harumphed coldly. He then stepped into the air and disappeared from Darkwater City. The young man in the yellow robe was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. In this battle, the native Saint Realm powerhouses still hadn't made a move. Darkwater City is going to be in chaos. Many people sighed. The prodigies of the other 3 cities all came to Darkwater City, and the local Saint Realm experts of Darkwater City did not interfere. Everyone knew that Darkwater City was going to be in chaos. Everybody wanted to enter the Reincarnation Great Emperor's tomb. Everybody wanted the map of the Reincarnation Great Emperor's tomb. Everybody wanted the map and the key of the Reincarnation Great Emperor's tomb. For a time, Darkwater City was filled with undercurrents. Lu Ming and Huang Ling were also somewhat grave. Their residences were very close to each other. Moreover, the 2 of them had been in seclusion and had not gone anywhere. They were afraid that once the 2 of them separated, they would be attacked and robbed of the Reincarnation Monarch's tomb's map and key. On the 2nd night, as expected, another great battle took place. A prodigy who had the map key of the reincarnation monarch's tomb wanted to leave Darkwater City under the cover of the night. He wanted to hide in the dark and only come out when all the keys were gathered. However, as soon as he left Darkwater City, he was surrounded by 3 other prodigies. In the end, he was severely injured and had no choice but to hand over the map and key. As a result, the atmosphere in Darkwater City became even more solemn. Other than the Golden Crow's 10th prince and Yi Dongfang, they were not afraid of the other prodigies who had the map key of the reincarnation monarch's tomb. Their goal was to increase their strength. Otherwise, they would have nothing left if the map key was taken away. A few days later, the last set of map keys still had not appeared. On this day, 2 figures arrived at the Phoenix Palace. Lu Ming and Huang Ling appeared together. Zhao Kuang, Sima Liang, it's you too. What business do you have with my Phoenix Palace? Huang Ling asked. The 2 of them were Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang. Huang Ling, Lu Ming, the 2 of us are here to form an alliance. Zhao Kuang said. Darkwater City is currently filled with experts and prodigies. The stronger we are, the weaker we are. Why don't we form an alliance and head to the reincarnation monarch's tomb together? Sima Liang said. Oh. Form an alliance? Do you have the map and key of the reincarnation monarch's tomb with you? Lu Ming asked. Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang were startled and said, of course not. Since you don't have it, why are you forming an alliance with us? Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hand casually and said. The 2 of them had come up with a good idea. They had nothing and wanted to gain something without risking anything. How could it be that easy? Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang's faces darkened. Lu Ming, the other prodigies in Darkwater City who have the map and key of the reincarnation monarch's tomb are all looking for experts to form an alliance with to increase their strength. The 2 of us formed an alliance with you because we think highly of you. How dare you be so arrogant? Lu Ming, don't think that you can be lawless and look down on others just because you killed Wan Tiancheng and young Master Blood Jail. If 2 or even 3 people like young Master Blood Jail join forces, are you still their match? Sima Liang gritted his teeth and said. Lu Ming has already asked you to get lost. Why are you still here? Huang Ling reprimanded. Good, very good. Then I'll just watch as your map and key are taken away by others. Zhao Kuang flew into a rage. He left behind a few words unhappily and left with Sima Liang. Lu Ming and Huang Ling exchanged glances with each other. Both of them had a serious look in their eyes. Then, they returned to their rooms and started cultivating. However, it was too difficult for Lu Ming's main body to increase his strength in a short period of time. It was almost impossible for him to reach the 6th level of the Primal Chaos Flipping Sky Seal in a short period of time. It was the same for his cultivation. Therefore, Lu Ming kept refining the demon fiend crystals to increase his soul power. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart moved and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Then, he entered the mountain river diagram. Ming Lian's second body sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. The Taiji disc floated above his head, sprinkling down rays of light. A golden spiritual flame flickered between the second body's eyebrows. Suddenly, the spiritual flame surged and several spiritual rings appeared around the second body. On the 9th golden spiritual ring, there were 10 light spots. This meant that Ming Lian's second body had finally ignited the 10th spiritual lamp and reached perfection. This realm was equivalent to the first stage of the half-step saint realm. The next step was to comprehend the laws. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed. The improvement of his second body would undoubtedly increase his combat strength. It would be of great help to him at this crucial moment. Then, the spiritual rings disappeared and the second body started to consolidate its cultivation. Lu Ming's main body left the mountain river diagram and continued refining the demon fiend crystals. But not long after, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out of the courtyard. Chapter 1635. Boom. 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 A total of 4 terrifying auras shot up like smoke signals toward Phoenix Palace. Then, 4 figures stepped into the air. Every step they took caused the sky to rumble. A huge pressure pressed down on Phoenix Palace. A figure flashed and Huang Ling appeared beside Lu Ming. Then, the other disciples of Phoenix Palace rushed out. They are finally here. Huang Ling whispered with a serious expression. The sky prides from the other cities were finally going to attack them. 4 of them came at once. These 4 people were definitely terrifying sky prides. Each of them was at the same level as Prince Blood Prison and Wan Tiancheng. Without such combat strength, they would not dare to attack Lu Ming and Huang Ling. The 4 youths, 3 men and 1 woman, stood in a row in front of Huang Ling and Lu Ming. At this moment, the entire Dark Water City was alarmed. Countless people rose into the air and looked over. How terrifying! The 4 experts are going to attack Lu Ming and Huang Ling. It's only a matter of time. The other sky prides are looking for experts to form an alliance. Lu Ming and Huang Ling are only 2 people. Naturally, they will be targeted. 4 against 2. Lu Ming and Huang Ling are most likely in danger. They won't be able to keep the map and key. Voices echoed between the heavens and earth. Not far from Phoenix Palace, Zhao Kuang and Simo Yang were also watching. Humph, Lu Ming, aren't you very arrogant? This time, let's see how you can keep the map and key. Zhao Kuang sneered. It would be best if Lu Ming and Huang Ling were killed. Simo Yang said with a vicious face. Huang Ling, Lu Ming, hand over the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. A youth said in a very straightforward manner. If you want the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Huang Ling said coldly. Huang Ling, although the vitality of your immortal heavenly phoenix body is strong, you don't stand a chance against the 2 of us. Lu Ming, I know that you killed young Master Blood Prison some time ago. However, if we join forces, are you still a match for us? I advise you not to make a mistake. A young man said coldly. Let's see if I'm a match for you. Lu Ming spoke in a domineering tone. Stubborn. Since that's the case, let's attack. A young man shouted and stepped forward to attack Huang Ling. At the same time, the only woman among the 4 also charged towards Huang Ling. The remaining 2 charged towards Lu Ming. 2 against 1. A phoenix cry rang out as the shadow of an immortal heavenly phoenix rushed out from Huang Ling's body. A pair of phoenix wings extended from her back as she bathed in immortal flames. The phoenix wings flapped out, and like 2 divine swords, they slashed at the opponent and began a great battle. However, as soon as they exchanged blows, Huang Ling was at a disadvantage. Neither of the 2 opponents was weaker than her. She could only rely on her immortal heavenly phoenix physique to hold on. As for Lu Ming, he was also engaged in a fierce battle with his opponent. A huge cauldron came crashing down on Lu Ming. At the same time, there was a terrifying flaming sword chi. When the 2 terrifying geniuses joined forces, their power was too strong. Lu Ming's glabella shone as Ming Lian's second body stepped out. A Tai Chi array floated above his head as a Tai Chi array appeared and pressed down on the young man who had slashed out the flaming sword chi. Boom! The flaming sword chi was dispersed. Ming Lian's second body waved his hand and a phoenix cry rang out as the phoenix feather flying swords flew out. This time, there were a total of 21 phoenix feather flying swords that formed a sword array. They turned into terrifying sword chi and charged towards the opponent. Back in the Tianfeng Plains, Lu Ming had obtained more than a dozen phoenix feathers. During this period of time, Ming Lian's second body had refined all of them into phoenix feather flying swords. A total of 21 phoenix feather flying swords formed a sword array that was extremely powerful. Divine Sword of the Great Sun. The opponent held a flaming sword and slashed out sword chi that was like the Great Sun. It slashed towards the second body and began a fierce battle with the second body. As for Lu Ming's main body, light spots lit up all over his body. He cast the 10,000 weapons art and sacred weapons appeared one by one. He held a spear in one hand and a sword in the other. He blasted the cauldron and sent it flying. 9 cauldrons suppressed the heavens. The person fighting Lu Ming was a black-robed youth. He had long hair and a mysterious aura. 9 cauldrons floated around him. Lu Ming could not help but think of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The divine 9-dragon cauldron also had 9 cauldrons that suppressed the dragon vein. The black-robed youth controlled the 9 cauldrons to suppress Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he used the divine sword art to attack his opponent. The black-robed youth's body trembled and his attack slowed down. Lu Ming threw out the spear and sword in his hand. At the same time, he controlled the other sacred weapons to clash with the 9 cauldrons. Clang! Clang! The 9 cauldrons were without a doubt sacred weapons. The 9 cauldrons worked together and their power was even more shocking. In the sky above Phoenix Palace, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. It was like a great bell. The other disciples of Phoenix Palace were unable to interfere at all. Ordinary prodigies would be injured or even killed by the overflowing force the moment they got close to it. Primal chaos. Lu Ming muttered. A primal chaos flipping sky seal appeared in each of his palms and he threw it at his opponent. The primal chaos flipping sky seal was as big as a mountain. It pressed down as if it wanted to crush everything. The black-robed youth's pupils contracted rapidly. He gathered a few cauldrons and attacked. Boom! Boom! 2 dull explosions sounded. The opponent's cauldrons were sent flying and the black-robed youth was forced to retreat. At that moment, a pagoda appeared above Lu Ming's head. Bubbles was inside it. Bubbles, help the second body. Lu Ming's voice rang out. The pagoda flew toward the second body. Kill! Lu Ming roared as he used the divine sword art. 2 more flipping sky seals appeared in his palms and suppressed his opponent. The black-robed youth roared as his body emitted a strange light. The 9 cauldrons vibrated and knocked away many of Lu Ming's sacred weapons. The black-robed youth then fought against the flipping sky seals. Between the 2 of them, it was purely a battle of strength. There was no technique involved. The flipping sky seal and the 9 cauldrons collided continuously. They were like mountains, bombarding each other in the air. The entire dark water city was shaking. Many of the weaker cultivators were forced to retreat. The sound waves from the collision were too strong. However, Lu Ming used the divine sword art. The black-robed youth was slowly losing to Lu Ming. He was suppressed by Lu Ming and had to retreat after every collision. After more than 10 moves, the black-robed youth had retreated more than 10 miles. 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming suddenly formed a seal with his hands. 9 doors of the divine gate appeared in the sky. They shone brightly and were aimed at the opponent's cauldrons. Lu Ming had cultivated the 9 seals of the divine gate to the peak. He could form 9 doors of the divine gate at once. When the 9 doors of the divine gate were connected, the power of the seal was greatly enhanced. Chapter 1636. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? With a wave of his hands, an incomparably large primal chaos cyclic seal formed and pressed down on the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth was shocked. With a roar, a shocking black light erupted from his body. He seemed to have turned into a large cauldron as he struck out with both hands at the primal chaos cyclic seal. Boom! The black-clothed youth's body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. His bones were like fried beans, and it was unknown how many of them were broken. 9 cauldrons, combine. The black-clothed youth roared, and the black light on his body became even denser. The 9 cauldrons that were sealed by the sealed door's aura surged. They broke through the sealed door's seal and flew towards the black-clothed youth. Then, the 9 cauldrons combined into one. What tenacious vitality! Lu Ming muttered. This youth's combat strength was astonishing. It seemed like he had nurtured a large cauldron in the depths of his body. The power of law was also terrifying. His combat strength was even stronger than Prince Blood Prison's. Lu Ming was infamous for killing Prince Blood Prison and injuring the assassin from Thousand Killers Manor. So, this time, the one who attacked Lu Ming was undoubtedly the strongest among the four. The black-clothed youth merged the 9 cauldrons into one and charged into the cauldron. The aura of the cauldron became even more violent as it charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed the black dragon spear by the side and thrust it out. Clang! The black dragon spear stabbed into the cauldron, and the black dragon spear bent. Lu Ming was sent flying by a terrifying force. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's expression turned grave. The black-clothed youth clearly had a special physique that allowed him to fuse with the cauldrons. His entire body was like a cauldron, and the 9 cauldrons were like 9 saint weapons fused together. How powerful was that? Now that the black-clothed youth had fused with the cauldrons, there was nothing he couldn't break. Lu Ming let go of the black dragon spear, allowing the 12 saint weapons to float around him as a form of defense. Lu Ming's true yuan frantically poured into the flowing yuan gloves. At the same time, his third bloodline appeared, and a surge of power poured into Lu Ming's body. Although the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had warned Lu Ming to use the third bloodline as little as possible, Lu Ming should be fine if he used it once in a while and borrowed a small amount of power. The energy of the third bloodline surged into Lu Ming's body, making him even more powerful. There were dragon roars in his body. He cast the hell-suppressing heaven skill and threw a punch. Clang! When the fist landed on the cauldron, a terrifying shockwave burst out. The sound wave spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whang! The cauldron trembled as it was sent flying by Lu Ming's attack. However, Lu Ming's body also retreated. Again. Lu Ming stepped forward and threw out another punch. The cauldron trembled and continued to charge towards Lu Ming. Clang! 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 Following that, the two of them continued to clash, exchanging dozens of blows. At this moment, Ming Lian's second body and bubbles cooperated to suppress the opponent. Ming Lian's second body used the yin-yang fish sword as the main force, using the yin-yang fish sword as the main force. At the same time, various formations and phoenix feather flying swords were also very mysterious. With the help of Bubble's spacetime domain, although the opponent was strong, he was restrained in the battle and was completely suppressed by Ming Lian's second body. Whoosh! The yin-yang fish sword slashed, almost cutting the opponent in half, leaving a deep wound with blood flowing out. How can that Lu Ming be so strong? Damn it! Zhao Kuang, who was watching the battle from afar, roared. Even Xia Ding can't do anything to him. Sima Liang said in disbelief. Xia Ding was the black-clothed youth who controlled the 9 cauldrons. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond his imagination. A person could actually split into 2 and each of them had terrifying combat strength. Xia Ding was an extremely terrifying genius at their level. None of them were a match for Xia Ding. However, Lu Ming alone could fight against Xia Ding while the other Lu Ming could suppress his opponent. Luckily, Huang Ling is about to be defeated. As long as Huang Ling is defeated, the two of them will join forces to fight against Lu Ming. No matter how strong he is, he will be defeated. Sima Liang continued. At this moment, Huang Ling was indeed in danger. She seemed to have turned into a flaming phoenix. Flames filled the sky as she unleashed her strength to the extreme. However, she was no match for the two opponents at the same level. There were many injuries on her body. If she didn't have the immortal heavenly phoenix body, she would have been severely injured. Even so, she would be defeated if this continued. I have the immortal heavenly phoenix body, one of the top 10 combat beasts. How can I be defeated? Huang Ling roared like a phoenix. Her eyes were filled with madness and the flames on her body became even more terrifying as she fought against her opponent. Bang! Her body was penetrated and a big hole appeared. However, she didn't care. Her immortal flame spread and the big hole healed automatically. She was in a frenzy, ignoring her injuries and defense. She only cared about attacking. At this moment, Ming Lian's second body chased after her. Together with Bubble, they unleashed a terrifying cultivation technique. Whoosh! Her opponent's chest was penetrated by the yin-yang fish sword. The terrifying destructive force kept destroying her opponent's spiritual body. She coughed out blood. "Come and help me," she shouted. "Hold on a little longer," one of the geniuses who was fighting against Huang Ling said. They wanted to defeat Huang Ling in one fell swoop and then deal with Lu Ming. However, Huang Ling's immortal heavenly phoenix body was not just for show. They couldn't take her down in a short time. Damn it! The geniuses who were injured by the second body did not dare to continue fighting and retreated frantically. The four of them were originally from different forces. They decided to join forces to fight for the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. However, his life was in danger now. How could he fight to the death? Whoosh! He retreated for a while and retreated. Damn it! The other geniuses roared. Kill! Ming Lian's second body rushed towards Huang Ling's battlefield. The yin-yang fish sword slashed at one of the beauties. The pressure on Huang Ling was greatly reduced. She launched a violent attack on one of the geniuses. For a moment, her opponent was at a disadvantage. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body had already exchanged dozens of blows with Xia Ding. Clang! Another earth-shattering explosion was heard. The big cauldron shook violently and retreated frantically. Then, Xia Ding's figure fell out of it. He obviously had to pay a great price to use this move. Now, he couldn't hold on any longer. Forget it. Let's go. Xia Ding roared and retreated with the big cauldron, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When the remaining two geniuses saw this, they knew that they had lost the advantage. After paying a price, they also rushed out and disappeared. The four geniuses were defeated by Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Chapter 1637. Lu Ming and Huang Ling were able to defeat four supreme geniuses. Such combat strength was extremely terrifying. As for Zhao Kuang and Sima Yang, they were dumbfounded. Xia Ding and the other three had come aggressively but were defeated by Lu Ming and Huang Ling in the end. This was something that they had never dreamt of. They were all inferior heaven's spiritual bodies. How could there be such a huge difference in combat strength? Oh no! At this moment, Lu Ming's face changed. Boom! High up in the sky, a huge claw grabbed at Huang Ling. The claw was covered with scales and was extremely ferocious. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Ming Lian's second body was the closest to Huang Ling. He immediately controlled the Tai Chi array and the two yin-yang fish swords slashed at the huge claw. Clang! Clang! The yin-yang fish sword slashed at the claw and sparks flew in all directions. In the pagoda, Bubble attacked. The void fluctuated and formed a terrifying space blade that slashed at the claw. Huang Ling also attacked. Flames filled the sky and a flaming phoenix flew out and flew towards the claw. Boom! Boom! The space blade collapsed and the flaming phoenix was destroyed. Huang Ling's body retreated continuously and a stream of blood flowed out of her mouth. Chaotic Sky Seal. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body also attacked. He condensed a huge chaotic sky seal and blasted it at the huge claw. Boom! The chaotic sky seal blasted the claw and was directly shattered. However, the claw was finally blocked. It rapidly shrank and retracted from the sky. So powerful. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. Someone has attacked again. Who is it? Lu Ming and Huang Ling had just fought a big battle. Why is he attacking now? Many people around were shocked and looked up at the sky. Roar! There was a loud roar and the wind and clouds changed. In the sky, a huge monster slowly appeared. Many people's pupils constricted. Tao Tai. Lu Ming slowly spat out two words. The huge monster that appeared in the sky was a Tao Tai. The Taotai was also a type of divine beast that was incomparably powerful. According to legends, in ancient times, the Taotai could swallow the sun and moon in the sky when it opened its mouth. It was truly terrifying. Taotai's eyes were like two small suns as he stared at Lu Ming and Huang Ling. He said in a cold and harsh voice, "Hand over the map and key to the reincarnation emperor's tomb and I will spare your lives." It was obvious that Taotai's goal was the same as Xia Ding and the others. They were after the map and key to the reincarnation emperor's tomb. Does the Taotai clan only know how to take advantage of the situation? Huang Ling said coldly. Nonsense. If you don't hand it over, then die. The Taotai said coldly. He stepped into the void, causing the sky to rumble. Huang Ling's undying flame burned fiercely. She stared at the Taotai resolutely. Her meaning was clear. Lu Ming's main body and second body stood together, staring at Taotai. Kill! The Taotai roared and leaped toward Lu Ming and Huang Ling. He stretched out his claws and there was a terrible whistling sound between heaven and earth. He grabbed toward Lu Ming and the others. The Tai Chi array disc above Ming Lian's second body shone brightly and a Tai Chi diagram suppressed the Taotai. Bam! The Taotia's claw grabbed the Tai Chi diagram and the Tai Chi diagram was sent flying. Swoosh! Lu Ming used the 10,000 soldiers' art. He held the black dragon spear in his hand and stabbed it toward the Taotia's vital point. However, the Taotia's other claw hit the long spear. Lu Ming felt an extremely powerful force surging toward him and his body was sent flying. His qi and blood surged and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What terrifying strength! Lu Ming was shocked. His spear pierced the Taotia's claw, but it only left a shallow mark on the surface. It did not even pierce through the scales. The Taotai was definitely an expert on the same level as the Golden Crow's 10th prince. Its physique was equivalent to an inferior heavenly spiritual body and its cultivation had reached the third stage of the Sage-to-Be realm, the vessel of the laws. The heavenly spiritual body was already terrifying. Coupled with the vessel of the laws, its physical body was even stronger. Even Lu Ming's 10,000 soldiers' art could not break it. A phoenix cry was heard and Huang Ling attacked, but it was useless. She was sent flying by the Taotia's palm. 9 seals of the divine gate. Lu Ming roared and quickly formed seals with his hands. 9 doors of seals were formed and pressed toward the Taotai. He wanted to seal the Taotai. At the same time, Bubble attacked and used the space-time domain to seal the Taotai. Buzz! The Tai Chi array disc above the second body vibrated again and the Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern appeared again. However, this time, it turned into the yin-yang fish sword. 2 terrifying sword lights, one black and one white, slashed toward the Taotai. Roar! The Taotai let out a shocking roar. Its body glowed and its 2 claws bombarded the doors of seals. Bam! 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 The 9 doors of seals shook violently and then shattered one by one. Then, 2 terrifying beams of light shot out from the Taotia's eyes and broke free from Bubble's spacetime domain. However, the Tai Chi yin-yang fish sword had already arrived. Clang! Clang! The yin-yang fish sword slashed the Taotia's body. Sparks flew and an ear-piercing sound was heard. However, in the end, it broke through the scales on the Taotia's body and left 2 deep sword marks on it. Boom! A huge chaotic cyclic seal appeared above the Taotia's head and pressed down on the Taotai. Ah! Die! Die! All of you, die! The Taotai was injured by the yin-yang fish sword and was completely enraged. The laws surrounded his body and he rushed into the sky and bombarded the chaotic cyclic seal. Boom! The primal chaos flipping sky seal let out a terrifying vibration. Then, it cracked open and finally collapsed. With a cry, Huang Ling attacked. A battle sword condensed from the undying flame slashed at the Taotia's wound. Immediately, it burned fiercely and emitted the fragrance of barbecued meat. The undying flame could prevent one from dying when used on oneself. However, when used on others, it could kill them. Damn it. Kill. The Taotai roared furiously and opened his mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying devouring force erupted and enveloped Lu Ming's main body, second body, and Huangling. He wanted to swallow them into his mouth and refine them. I know the devouring force too. Lu Ming roared and clenched his fist. The devouring force erupted and offset the devouring force of the Taotai. The devouring force of the 9 dragons. The Taotai roared. However, although Lu Ming had offset the devouring force and stopped his main body and second body, Huangling could not. She flew directly into the Taotia's mouth. In an instant, she was close to the Taotai. Die for me. The Taotai roared and then spat out a beam of light from his mouth that enveloped Huangling. Huangling roared and attacked continuously. She wanted to rush out of the beam of light, but she could not do so. The beam of light had a terrifying destructive refining force, and it was refining Huangling continuously. Swoosh. Swoosh. Lu Ming's main body and second body moved at the same time. They charged toward the Taotai and wanted to save Huangling. Chapter 1638. This Taotai was too strong, and he had chosen the right time to attack. He had chosen to attack when Lu Ming and Huangling had just fought with Xia Ding and the other 3 experts and were exhausted. At this time, Lu Ming and Huangling were not in their best condition. Extinguish, Huangling. Even if you have the immortal flame, I will extinguish and refine you. Taotai's voice rang out and the light beam in his mouth became stronger. Phoenix cries were constantly heard from the light beam. Huangling's immortal flame was being refined continuously. Chaos. Lu Ming roared and exerted all his strength. A huge chaotic flipping sky seal was formed and pressed down on Taotai. At the same time, his second body controlled the Tai Chi array disc with all his strength. 2 more yin-yang fish swords appeared and slashed at Taotai. Taotai shot out 2 more light beams from his eyes and bombarded the yin-yang fish swords, blocking them. However, he could not resist the chaotic flipping sky seal, and it smashed heavily on Taotai's body. The Taotai let out a muffled groan as his body shook. He had actually managed to withstand the primal chaos flipping sky seal. However, it was clear that the Taotai wasn't feeling any better. A part of his back had caved in. That piece of bone had been shattered by the primal chaos flipping sky seal. Now, the 2 wounds caused by the yin-yang fish swords were spurting out blood. Roar. Damn it. You deserve to die. When I refine Huangling, it will be your death. Taotai roared angrily. Today, he had been injured by Lu Ming again and again. Although the injuries were not fatal, it was a great insult to him. He was a stage 3 half-saint, but he had been injured by Lu Ming again and again. It was unforgivable. Taotai's physical body is really abnormal. Lu Ming felt helpless. If a stage 2 half-saint expert was hit by Lu Ming's chaotic flipping sky seal, he would probably be smashed to death directly. However, Taotai was only slightly injured. At this time, Huangling's immortal flame was getting weaker and weaker, as if it would be refined at any time. What should I do? Lu Ming's brows were tightly knitted together. After the continuous battles, he did not have much true yuan left in his body. It would be difficult for him to use the primal chaos flipping sky seal again. Even if he did, the primal chaos flipping sky seal might not work. Lu Ming became a little anxious. His cultivation was still too weak, only at the 9th layer martial dominator realm. If his cultivation could reach the first stage of the half-saint realm and comprehend the ultimate chaotic realm, his power would definitely skyrocket. At that time, his chaotic sky flipping seal would at least be able to severely injure the Taotai. However, his current cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th level of the martial royal realm. It was impossible for him to reach the half-saint level in such a short time. There was a huge barrier between the 9th layer of the martial royal realm and the half-saint realm. It was not easy to break through. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming and Huangling are finally going to be defeated and killed by Taotai. Not far away, Zhao Kuang laughed crazily. Seeing that Lu Ming and Huang Ling were about to be defeated, he felt extremely happy. It is impossible for them to be a match for Cao Tai. The outcome is already decided. Sima Liang coldly said. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. Cao Tai was a genius on the same level as the Golden Crow's 10th prince. Among the geniuses who had entered the 100-tribe battlefield, Cao Tai was almost at the top. Huang Ling and Lu Ming did not stand a chance. Moreover, they had just fought a fierce battle and were no match for Cao Tai. Chirp. At that moment, the cry of a phoenix resounded through the heavens and earth. Huang Ling, who was already extremely weak, suddenly exuded a strong aura and the undying flame burned fiercely. Huang Ling had almost turned into an undying phoenix. She spread her wings and rushed out of Cao Tai's light beam. Her wings were like knives and slashed at Cao Tai. Cao Tai roared and slashed out with his claws. Boom! Boom! Two loud explosions were heard as Huang Ling and Cao Tai's figures were knocked back. You have broken through the vessel of the law. Cao Tai roared. Kill! Huang Ling roared. She spread her wings and charged at Cao Tai. I would like to see how powerful the undying flame is. Cao Tai roared and charged at Huang Ling. Boom! Boom! It was as if a phoenix and Cao Tai were fighting fiercely in the sky. It was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. She has broken through. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. At the crucial moment, at the critical juncture of life and death, Huang Ling had broken through her limits and reached the third stage of the sage-to-be vessel of the law. After reaching the third stage, Huang Ling's combat strength had increased tremendously. She stood at the same level as Cao Tai and did not fear Cao Tai. As expected of the undying heavenly phoenix body, one of the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming exclaimed. He realized that Huang Ling had the same characteristics as him. In times of danger, it was easier for her to stimulate her potential and break through her limits. Damn it! How could this be? Damn it! Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang were very happy a moment ago. Now, their faces were extremely gloomy. The battle between Huang Ling and Cao Tai was extremely intense. Lu Ming did not intervene. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged more than 100 moves, but the outcome was still undecided. Huang Ling, I will spare you this time. We will fight another day. In the end, Cao Tai turned around and left after uttering these words. He knew that since Huang Ling had broken through, it was no longer possible for him to snatch the map key from Huang Ling and Lu Ming. He could only retreat. Huang Ling did not chase after him. She was not confident that she could kill Cao Tai. If the battle continued, both sides would suffer great losses and the others would benefit from it. The undying flames were extinguished and Huang Ling returned to her original appearance. Why are you still here? Huang Ling glanced at the surroundings, especially at Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang. Zhao Kuang and Sima Liang were startled. They immediately turned around and left. The others did the same. Now that Huang Ling had broken through and reached the third stage of the sage-to-be realm, it was not too difficult for her to kill ordinary geniuses. In the blink of an eye, the crowd dispersed. Huang Ling, congratulations on your breakthrough. Lu Ming walked toward Huang Ling and said with a smile. Huang Ling's breakthrough had made him feel more relaxed. Now that Huang Ling had broken through, in addition to the strength that he had displayed today, he believed that no one would dare to target them in the future. Lu Ming, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you restraining Cao Tai, I might not have had the chance to break through. Huang Ling said. Previously, Lu Ming had attacked Cao Tai consecutively, injuring it. This had distracted Cao Tai. Otherwise, if Cao Tai had gone all out to refine her, she would have been refined before she could break through. If one wanted to stimulate one's potential and break through one's limits in a crisis, it was usually accompanied by danger. If one was not careful, one would die. Then, Huang Ling ordered the people of Phoenix Palace to clean up the place. After all, Phoenix Palace was in a mess after the battle. Lu Ming and Huang Ling returned to their rooms. Huang Ling had just broken through and needed to consolidate her cultivation. Lu Ming needed to recover. After this battle, Lu Ming and Huang Ling became famous. As expected, no one dared to target them. However, the battle in Darkwater City became even more intense. Chapter 1639. In Darkwater City, the various outstanding talents formed alliances, forming factions centered around the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's map and key. After more than 10 days, the situation slowly calmed down. At this moment, the Golden Crow 10th Prince sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming and Huang Ling, saying that the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's key and map had been gathered. He invited them to the Golden Crow Hall to merge with the map and head to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Are they finally gathered? Lu Ming ended his cultivation, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He flew to the Golden Crow Hall with Huang Ling. Those who control the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's key and map are all gathered at the Golden Crow Hall. Could it be that they have gathered the map? Let's go and take a look. Many people in Darkwater City flew to the Golden Crow Hall. Soon, Lu Ming and Huang Ling arrived at the Golden Crow Hall. This time, they did not meet at the plaza. When Lu Ming and Huang Ling arrived, the Golden Crow tribe's people welcomed them to a courtyard inside the Golden Crow Hall. Those outstanding talents who did not have the map and key could only wait outside the Golden Crow Hall. When Lu Ming and Huang Ling arrived, they discovered that many people were already there. Wild Thunder Yi Dongfang stood alone with his hands behind his back. There was also a yellow-robed youth. This person had snatched the map and key from another person. He was also an outstanding talent on par with the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Yi Dongfang. There were also a few people with unfathomable auras. They were also outstanding talents on par with the Golden Crow 10th Prince. Xiao Chen had not seen them before. Clearly, they came from other cities. There were also a few groups of people with larger numbers. The smaller groups had 4 or 5 people, while the larger groups had 7 or 8 people. Lu Ming even saw Zhao Kuang and Simo Yang in this group. These people had weaker cultivations, on par with the Blood Prison Prince. Hence, most of them formed alliances. 5 or 6 people worked together to control the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb's key and map. Following that, a few more groups of people arrived. Each group had more than 4 or 5 people. One group had 7 people. Lu Ming recognized a few of them. They were Xia Ding and the other 3 who wanted to snatch Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Xia Ding and the other 3 looked at Lu Ming and Huang Ling with fear in their eyes. As for the other group of people, there were also 6 people. One of them wore black scale armor, and his cold gaze was fixed on Lu Ming. Killing intent constantly flashed in his eyes. Tao Tai. Lu Ming moved. Through his aura, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this scaled youth was Tao Tai. It seemed that the Tao Tai had also found a group of people to cooperate with and planned to enter the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb together. Alright, the people with the 10 sets of keys and the map of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb are all here. But before we gather the maps, I want to emphasize one point. Those who have the map and the keys can bring whoever they want with them. But now, we have to confirm the candidates. When we depart later, we can't add more people. Brother Yi, Brother Shi, Saintess Huang Ling, do you have any objections? The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow said. However, he was looking at Yi Dongfang, Huang Ling, the yellow-robed young man, the Tao Tai, and the others who were at the same level as him. Let's do it. I have no objections. Yi Dongfang, the yellow-robed young man, and the others all nodded. The others didn't say anything either. Those who were supposed to depart with them were all here. This group of people were the top prodigies. Each of them was a heavenly spiritual body. As for those with earthly spiritual bodies, they wouldn't be of much use to them. Even if those with earthly spiritual bodies reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, they would probably not be a match for anyone present. Alright, since that's the case, take out the maps now. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow said. Then, he took out 2 jade talismans and infused them with true essence. The jade talismans glowed and 2 maps floated in the air. Then, the others took out jade talismans and infused their true essence. Lu Ming did the same. The maps floated in the air and pieced together. There were a total of 10 regions pieced together to form a complete map. At this moment, the map emitted a resplendent light. A spot of light appeared on the map. It was incomparably bright. That's where the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb is. Many people's eyes lit up as they hurriedly memorized the map. This is the northern part of the 100-tribe battlefield, where the Undying Mountain is. Yi Dongfang said. I didn't expect it to be there. Let's go. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow said. Then, they put away their jade talismans and soared into the air, flying north. They've come out. They must know the location of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. There was a large number of people waiting outside the Golden Crow Hall. When they saw Lu Ming and the others come out, there was an uproar. Let's go. Follow them. Maybe we can enter the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and obtain opportunities. Yes, follow them. A large group of people soared into the air and followed behind Lu Ming and the others. Those without the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb key and map, scram. Otherwise, die. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow's eyes emitted a resplendent golden light as he scanned the surroundings. At the same time, Yi Dongfang, Tao Tai, and the others also scanned the surroundings with unfriendly gazes. You're too domineering. It's our freedom to go wherever we want. Are you going to interfere with where we want to go? Yes, you go your way and we go ours. We have nothing to do with each other. Someone among those people shouted. How stubborn. Die. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow suddenly shouted. His body emitted a terrifying sun flame as he turned into a ray of golden light and charged out. Poof. 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 The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow's claws turned into the claws of the Golden Crow. Claw shadows filled the sky and no one could withstand this attack. Those who were hit by the claw shadows would be engulfed in golden flames and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen youths were killed and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The rest of the people turned pale with fright and frantically retreated. They looked at the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow with fear in their eyes. If you follow me again, I'll kill you. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow said coldly. This time, no one dared to follow him. Although there were many people, their combat strength was too weak compared to the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow. Once they attacked, they would be slaughtered. Moreover, there were more experts who had not attacked yet. Once they attacked, they would really be slaughtered. Although they were unwilling, they could only watch as Lu Ming and the others left. They were not strong enough. In the martial world, the weak were prey to the strong. Without strength, they could not take the opportunity even if it was placed in front of them. Lu Ming and the others headed north. According to the instructions on the map, they flew for 2 days and arrived at a dead land. It was a wasteland. As far as the eye could see, the wasteland was covered with white bones. However, these white bones were weathered and did not have any spirituality. The entire wasteland was filled with a faint aura of death. Obviously, this place was a battlefield a long time ago. There was a majestic mountain in front of the wasteland. It was particularly eye-catching in the flat wasteland. Chapter 1640. Swoosh. Swoosh. They flew toward the mountain. Swoosh. Suddenly, a saber light tore through the air and slashed toward one of the geniuses. Boom! That genius struck out with his palm and destroyed the saber light. But in the next moment, the ground of the dead silent wilderness exploded. Many figures rushed out from the ground and stood in front of them. There were all kinds of figures. Some were in the shape of demonic beasts and some were in the shape of humans. Some of them were in the shape of humans. They wore armor and held swords and sabers in their hands. But they had one thing in common, they exuded a strong death chi. It's the undead tribe. Someone shouted. Kill these humans. An undead wearing battle armor and holding a battle sword, like a black warrior, waved his battle sword and gave the order. Roar! Kill! A large number of undead tribe members rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. There were at least 1,000 of them, and they were all LV7 Martial Royal Realm and above. All kinds of attacks rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. Kill! The 10th Golden Crow Prince turned into a 3-legged golden crow. The flames of the sun burned fiercely. When he rushed past, more than 10 undead tribe members were burned to ashes in the flames. Wild Thunder Yi Dongfang clenched his fist and lightning filled the sky. Every time the lightning swept past, an undead tribe member would be killed. Tao Tai turned into his true form and roared. A destructive light shot out from his mouth and destroyed a large number of undead tribe members. The attacks of such a genius were earth-shattering and shocking. Large numbers of undead tribe members were destroyed. At the same time, the others attacked as well. All kinds of attacking techniques were used to kill the undead clan members. But there were too many undead tribe members. More undead tribe members rushed out from the ground. And they were getting stronger. Roar! A huge white skeleton in the shape of a tiger let out a loud roar, causing the space to tremble as it pounced toward the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The white-boned tiger exuded the aura of the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, the Jar of Laws. It was extremely powerful. But it was still defeated by the 10th Golden Crow Prince in one move. At the same level, a heavenly spiritual body could easily kill those who were not. Under the ground, the undead clan kept rushing out. Many of them were at the half-saint realm, but it was still difficult to stop them. They kept pushing toward the majestic mountain. Lu Ming punched out continuously with his fists. The power of his fists crossed the void and killed 2 undeads of the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the ground. A figure wearing ancient battle armor and holding a spear appeared in the air. Saint Realm Undead Clan. Many people's expressions changed. This undead was wearing ancient armor and holding a long spear. He was a Saint Realm undead, and his body radiated with terrifying saintly might. So what if you're in the Saint Realm? I'll still kill him. The Golden Crow 10th Prince spoke in an extremely domineering manner. With their combat strength, they were not afraid of ordinary Saint Realm experts. However, the Saint Realm undead didn't attack. Instead, he glanced coldly at Lu Ming and the others and said in a dry voice, "Retreat." Then, the frenzied undead retreated like the tide, sinking into the ground and disappearing. His Saint Realm undead also sank into the ground and disappeared. He retreated? Someone was stunned. A Saint Realm expert will only be killed if he doesn't retreat. Of course, he has to retreat. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said confidently. Everyone continued to move forward. Then, as expected, no one stopped them. They arrived in front of the mountain. The mountain was dark and surrounded by death chi. Not a single blade of grass grew on it. Is this the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? I've been here before, but I didn't find anything unusual. Yi Dongfang frowned. This mountain looked like an ordinary mountain. There was nothing unusual about it, and there was no entrance to it either. Then, everyone flew around the mountain but didn't find any entrance. Everyone frowned. Was the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb fake? Let's take a look at the key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. What do you think? Someone suggested. Okay. The others nodded and took out the key to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Buzz. When everyone took out the keys, a shocking scene appeared. The 10 keys vibrated and emitted a bright light. They flew out of everyone's hands and continued to fly toward the mountain. Then, they floated at the top of the mountain and rapidly grew in size. Each key was 10,000 feet tall. Then, the 10 keys merged and turned into a heaven-piercing halberd. Boom! The heaven-piercing halberd struck the mountain. Rumble. The halberd struck and the majestic mountain split into 2. A deep canyon appeared in the middle. It looked like a passageway. The halberd flew into the depths of the canyon and disappeared. Is this the passageway to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? Some people's eyes lit up. It must be. The Reincarnation Emperor's tomb has finally appeared. Someone laughed loudly. However, in the next moment, the scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone's bodies flashed and they distanced themselves from the others. They were wary. Now that the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb had appeared, they would become competitors. Naturally, they had to be wary of each other. Hee hee. The 10th Golden Crow Prince sneered. He stepped into the air and flew towards the valley. Let's go. The others hurriedly flew toward the canyon as well. However, when they reached the canyon, their eyes narrowed. The majestic mountain had been split into two. Logically speaking, the other side of the canyon should be the other side of the mountain. However, that was not the case. In the depths of the canyon, there was a passageway that directly passed through space and led to an unknown place. When everyone arrived at the entrance of the passageway, the 10th Golden Crow Prince was the first to step into the passageway. When he stepped into the passageway, his expression changed slightly and he continued to move forward. The others also entered the passageway. What a heavy pressure. There's a no-fly zone here. It's difficult to fly. As soon as they entered the passageway, someone said solemnly. Lu Ming and Huang Ling also stepped into the passageway. Immediately, they felt a strong pressure on their bodies. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. It was impossible to fly there. They could only move forward step by step. Everyone was wary of each other and moved forward step by step. They seemed to have stepped into a space passageway. There was a vast expanse of whiteness around them. They did not know where they were. They moved forward step by step. However, half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours had passed. They were still in the passageway. There seemed to be no end to the passageway. Why is it so long? When will we reach the end? Is the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb really in front? No matter what, I must reach the end. Chapter 1641. Time passed slowly. 1 hour after another passed. They had walked for a full day, but they were still in the tunnel. It was as if the tunnel had no end. However, no one would give up at this point. Everyone continued to move forward. Soon, 10 days had passed. They were still moving forward in the tunnel. At this point, many people frowned. No matter how patient they were, they could not help but feel anxious. Was this tunnel really leading to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? However, since they had come this far, they could no longer retreat. They could only continue to move forward. Soon, another 5 days had passed. We can see the end. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. The tunnel was finally coming to an end. From afar, it seemed to be a dark place. Everyone let out a long breath. They had walked for half a month in an empty tunnel. Most importantly, they did not know how long it would take. It was really a test of their patience. Fortunately, they were all peerless geniuses. Moreover, they dared to come to the 100-tribe battlefield to train. They were outstanding in all aspects. Naturally, they did not lack patience. That was why they could persevere until now. Let's go. Immediately, everyone became spirited and began to speed up. They rushed forward, afraid that they would be slower than others and the opportunity would be taken away by others. Lu Ming and Huang Ling also sped up. Soon, they rushed out of the tunnel and stepped into a dark place. As soon as they rushed out of the tunnel, their bodies felt lighter. The pressure disappeared and they regained the ability to fly. However, after everyone rushed out of the tunnel, they stood in the air and looked in front of them in shock. Tombs. All they saw were tombs. They were densely packed and there were countless of them. At a glance, there was no end to them. These tombs were of different sizes. Some were just mounds while others were as big as mountains. How can this be? Why are there so many tombs? Isn't this the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? Someone asked in confusion. There were so many tombs. Could it be that the reincarnation emperor's tomb was among them and they had to search for it one by one? Those tombs might have buried important people, and there might be treasures inside. Someone said in a low voice, causing everyone's eyes to light up. That's right. Those who could be buried here must have a powerful background. They might even have treasures. With so many tombs here, wouldn't they be rich? Whoosh! 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 Immediately, they moved. Figures rushed out one after another, rushing towards those tombs. They were searching for a target. Each of them found a grave and rushed over. Be careful. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Huang Ling. He had a feeling that things were not that simple. The two of them carefully flew forward and entered the area of the tomb. However, when they approached the tombs closest to them began to shine. Then, one figure after another emerged from the tombs. Kill! Kill! There were men and women, old and young, and many of them weren't even humans. But they all roared and charged at Lu Ming's group. Their terrifying power was shocking. Puff! One of the geniuses was careless and a spear light pierced through his body. If he hadn't hurriedly retreated, he would have died. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and collided with the sword light. With a clang, the sword light was sent flying. Lu Ming felt his fist go numb. What a terrifying attack! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Kill, kill, kill! The figures that emerged from the tombs constantly roared and charged at them. These figures didn't have physical bodies. They looked like phantoms. The 10th Golden Crow Prince was attacked by a giant bull. He reverted to his original form and fought with the giant bull. His combat strength was shocking and he tore the giant bull into pieces. But surprisingly, the giant bull didn't die. It reformed and attacked the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The others also encountered the same situation. Even if they managed to defeat the phantoms would recondense and reappear. Whoosh! Whoosh! The one that attacked Lu Ming was a human figure. It looked like an old man. Sword light constantly bloomed and shrouded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming used the 10,000 weapon art. With the black dragon spear in his hand, he stabbed out spear light that collided with the sword light. After exchanging dozens of blows, Lu Ming shattered the figure with one blow of his spear. However, the figure condensed again immediately. These are formed by the immortal battle intent of the experts after they died. There must be peerless experts buried under these tombs. Someone said. Let me break it open. Zhao Kuang roared and repelled the figure that attacked him. Then, he attacked a tomb on the side. Boom! The terrifying attack landed on the great tomb, but it didn't budge at all. It wasn't damaged at all. But at this moment, a shocking scene appeared. Above the tomb, rays of light appeared and directly entangled Zhao Kuang. Zhao Kuang struggled frantically, but it was useless. Then, with a bang, one of his arms exploded. Ah, help, help me, Zhao Kuang screamed in horror. But before his voice fell, his body exploded with a bang. Blood splattered on the tomb and his body and soul were destroyed. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A powerful genius had died just like that, all because he had attacked the great tomb. These tombs have terrifying power of laws. As long as you attack the tombs, you will be attacked by the laws. Yi Dongfang said with a solemn expression. That's right. The laws of the tombs are invincible. Once you get entangled, only death awaits you. Someone else said. Many people felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Zhao Kuang attacked the tomb first. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. Especially Simo Yang. He had been with Zhao Kuang and almost attacked just now, but Zhao Kuang was one step faster. He saw the abnormality of the tomb and stopped his attack, dodging the calamity. It seemed that the tomb here couldn't be attacked at all. Attacking would only lead to death. Maybe only the tomb of the reincarnation emperor could be broken? Everyone thought. Then, they blocked the attacks of the illusory figures and searched everywhere to see if they could find the tomb. But after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find the tomb. And if this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for them. Their true essence would be exhausted. There's a path ahead. Keep going forward. Maybe the tomb is in front of that path. Someone said. Many people nodded. They had seen that path. However, on both sides of that path, there were two exceptionally huge tombs that were far above the other tombs. This made many people wary and didn't rashly go up. If you guys don't go, I'll go. Tao Tai said and rushed toward that path. Buzz. Buzz. The two exceptionally huge tombs shone and two figures appeared. A true dragon and a phoenix, emitting a terrifying aura. Chapter 1642. Roar. The true dragon phantom roared and charged at Tao Tai. Its huge dragon claw slashed down at Tao Tai. Tao Tai roared and transformed into his true form. He also slashed out with his claw. However, Tao Tai's body shook violently and was sent flying by the true dragon phantom's claw. He retreated a dozen steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Tao Tai was injured by the true dragon's shadow in just one move. It was truly shocking. Tao Tai's combat strength was definitely at the top among them. If he used his full strength, he could definitely contend with a Saint Realm expert. However, he was no match for them and was injured in one move. Chirp. The phoenix cried out and charged at Tao Tai. Tao Tai was so frightened that he retreated and did not dare to fight. The true dragon and phoenix phantoms flew above their respective tombs and did not chase after him. He's so powerful. How can we pass through? He's definitely stronger than an ordinary Saint Realm expert. We're no match for him alone. Many people had ugly expressions. They had worked so hard to get here. Were they going to stop here? Everyone, if we want to pass through this path, we have to join forces. Let's join forces and charge through. Otherwise, no one can pass alone. Huang Ling spoke. She joined forces with Lu Ming, defeated a shadow, and stepped forward. That's right. We have to join forces now. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow said. Okay, I agree. I agree too. The others said. They were wary of each other earlier, but now they had to join forces again. If they did not join forces, they would have to stop here. Everyone defeated the phantoms and gathered at the path. After a while, everyone gathered together. Let's charge together. Whoosh. 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 There were more than 40 people rushing towards the intersection. There were more than 40 people, and they were all sky prides with heavenly spiritual bodies. They came from different emperor-level forces. The true dragon roared and the phoenix cried out as they charged at the crowd. Kill. More than 40 prodigies attacked together. All kinds of lights burst out and gathered together. It was extremely terrifying. All kinds of offensive techniques collided with the true dragon and phoenix phantoms. They were unstoppable and destroyed the true dragon and phoenix phantoms, drowning them. Bam! Bam! The true dragon and phoenix phantoms collapsed. This is our chance. Charge! The geniuses made use of this opportunity to rush toward the entrance. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 of them had passed through the two great tombs. The phantoms of the true dragon and phoenix immediately reformed, but they didn't continue to attack them. Instead, they roared and flew into the great tomb, disappearing from sight. Just a wisp of immortal fighting will has reached the Saint Realm. I wonder how terrifying he was when he was alive. Could it be that he had reached the Emperor Realm? Is there an Emperor-level true dragon buried in this tomb? Lu Ming looked at the great tomb, a fiery light flashing in his eyes. If he could obtain an Emperor-level true dragon skeleton and refine it, what level would his spiritual body evolve to? Would it evolve into a superior heavenly spiritual body? Of course, he was only thinking about it. The great tomb was filled with terrifying law energy. Earlier, Zhao Kuang had suffered the same fate. He naturally wouldn't dare to attack the great tomb. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Then, they followed the path forward. Not long after, a river blocked his path. The strange thing was that the river water was yellow. It looked like the legendary Yellow Spring River of Hell. Is this really the Yellow Spring River? Suddenly, someone spoke with a trembling voice. That was because there was a stone tablet there. Everyone looked at the stone tablet and saw 2 words written on it, Yellow Spring. Everyone looked at each other and saw shock and fear in each other's eyes. According to ancient legends, there was a netherworld hell. There was a river in hell that traversed hell called the Yellow Spring. The Yellow Spring couldn't be crossed because any living thing that entered the Yellow Spring would be corroded by the water and become a part of the Yellow Spring. However, all of this was just a legend. No one had ever seen it, not even an emperor-level expert. Could there really be a Yellow Spring and a netherworld hell in this world? Even the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai, who were arrogant and unruly, had grave expressions. No one dared to try to cross the Yellow Spring. If they tried to cross it like the legendary Yellow Spring, they would be courting death. There's a bridge over there. Someone pointed ahead and shouted. Everyone looked over and saw that there was indeed a bridge up ahead. They walked along the shore of the Yellow Spring. When they got closer, they realized that the bridge was very wide and led to the other side of the Yellow Spring. There were 3 words carved on the bridge. Bridge of Helplessness. Hiss hiss hiss, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air was heard, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. According to legend, there was a bridge of helplessness above the Yellow Spring. The only way to cross the Yellow Spring was to cross the bridge of helplessness. They didn't expect there to be a bridge of helplessness. The Yellow Spring, the bridge of helplessness, everything was as the legend said. Could this be the netherworld hell? Even though they were all geniuses from emperor-level factions and had seen a lot, they still felt a chill in their bodies. According to legend, there's a Mengpo on the bridge of helplessness. Anyone who crosses the bridge must drink the Mengpo's soup. After drinking it, they will forget everything. Could there be a Mengpo on the bridge of helplessness? Someone said with a trembling voice. All of this is just an illusion. Someone deliberately set it up. If there really is a Yellow Spring, why would it appear here? The 10th Golden Crow Prince snorted coldly. His body was surrounded by golden divine fire of the great sun. He stepped onto the bridge of helplessness and walked toward the other side. That's right. This should have been set up according to the legend when someone buried the reincarnation emperor. It can't be the real Yellow Spring. How can it stop me? Then, someone else said and stepped onto the bridge of helplessness. Huang Ling, let's go too. Lu Ming said. Huang Ling nodded and the 2 of them stepped onto the bridge of helplessness side by side. When the others saw this, they also followed. Although they didn't believe that it was real, they were still cautious and kept their guard up. Ancient heroic spirits, where do their souls go? Suddenly, a voice sounded. No one knew where it came from, but it sounded in everyone's ears. Who is it? Someone cried out in alarm. Ancient heroic spirits, where do their souls go? The voice continued to sound. It seemed to be filled with helplessness and sighs. Everyone continued to move forward. The voice continued to sound. However, that was the only sentence that was repeated over and over again. Everyone held their breaths and focused. They ignored the voice and continued to move forward. Soon, they were about to cross the bridge of helplessness. However, at that moment, everyone stopped. That was because there was a figure at the head of the bridge of helplessness. It was an old woman. The old woman was very old. Her back was hunched, and she wore a loose black robe. Her hair was white, and the wrinkles on her face piled up like a mountain. She was holding a bowl in her hand. In the bowl was a milky white liquid. Mengpa. Chapter 1643. Gulp. Many people swallowed their saliva when they thought of the name Mengpa. Meng Po was really on the bridge of helplessness? Some people's backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Yellow Spring, Bridge of Helplessness, Meng Po. Everything was in line with the legend. Senior, who are you? The 10th Golden Crow Prince was bathed in the divine fire of the great sun. He cupped his fists at the old woman. The old woman smiled and glanced at the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The Bridge of Helplessness on the Yellow Spring River. Of course, I'm Meng Po. It's really Meng Po? Many people's hearts trembled. This was the reincarnation Thearka's tomb. Why would there be the Bridge of Helplessness and Meng Po? Could this really lead to hell? Senior, is that reincarnation? Lu Ming suddenly asked. There was no path in front of the Bridge of Helplessness. There was only a pitch-black whirlpool. That's right. That's reincarnation. If you drink Meng Po's soup and forget your past life, you can enter reincarnation. Meng Po raised the bowl in her hand. Reincarnation, reincarnation. Is that the tomb of the reincarnation arch? Someone asked. Meng Po smiled and said, that's right. Ha ha ha, it's indeed the reincarnation Thearka's tomb. What Yellow Spring helplessness. It's all fake. Reincarnation Thearka's tomb, I'm going to meditate. The 10th Golden Crow Prince laughed and strode forward. But Meng Po blocked him and said, young man, if you want to enter reincarnation, you must drink Meng Po's soup and forget your past life. Only then can you enter reincarnation. Get lost. No one can make me forget my past life. The 10th Golden Crow Prince was extremely domineering. He threw out a palm, and the terrifying divine fire of the great sun blasted toward Meng Po. But Meng Po waved her hand gently, and the divine fire of the 10th Golden Crow Prince was extinguished. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's eyes narrowed. He transformed into his three-legged golden crow form. His body was covered in terrifying flames like the sun. He flapped his wings and wanted to rush past Meng Po and enter the pitch-black whirlpool. Young man, you're too impulsive. Meng Po muttered. She extended a withered hand and grabbed at the Golden Crow 10th Prince. The shriveled claw rapidly expanded into the size of a mountain and grabbed at the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The Golden Crow 10th Prince seemed to be frozen in place. He couldn't move at all as he was grabbed by the withered claw. Damn it. Attack. Let's attack together. The 10th Golden Crow Prince roared. Whoosh. A figure rapidly rushed forward, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to rush over. This was also a terrifying youth whose strength was not weaker than the Golden Crow 10th Prince. However, a ribbon flew out from Meng Po's sleeve and wrapped around the young man. The others were shocked. Those who wanted to make use of this opportunity to make a move stopped. The other party was too terrifying. Even someone as strong as the Golden Crow 10th Prince could not resist at all and was directly taken down. The same happened to the other person. The two struggled with all their might, but it was to no avail. Senior, spare my life, spare my life. The Golden Crow 10th Prince was afraid and began to beg for mercy. What are you afraid of? I won't kill you, said Meng Po. She grabbed the 10th Golden Crow Crown Prince and poured the bowl of Meng Po's soup into his mouth. No, the Golden Crow 10th Prince roared. If he drank Grandma Meng's soup and forgot everything, would he still be him? Wasn't that the same as being dead? How could he be willing to drink it? However, his struggle was to no avail. His mouth automatically opened and the bowl of Meng Po's soup was poured into the 10th Golden Crow Prince's mouth. Then, the 10th Golden Crow Prince's eyes were filled with confusion. Go, enter the cycle of reincarnation. Meng Po swung her hand and the 10th Golden Crow Prince flew into the pitch-black whirlpool and disappeared. Following that, the crowd saw that the bowl of soup in Meng Po's hand, which had originally been empty, was now refilling itself. Meng Po did the same and poured the bowl of Meng Po's soup into the mouth of another young man before throwing him into the pitch-black whirlpool. Now, it's your turn. Come, drink Grandma Meng's soup and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Meng Po looked at Lu Ming and the others. Many people were covered in cold sweat. Senior, I'm not going to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. I'm leaving. Someone said. If they lost all their memories after drinking Grandma Meng's soup, what was the point of obtaining the inheritance of the Reincarnation Emperor? Since you're here, there's no reason to retreat. All of you must drink Grandma Meng's soup and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Meng Po's dry voice sounded. No, I'm not going. I'm leaving. A few people shouted and retreated at lightning speed. I said, since you're here, you can't leave. Meng Po said indifferently and reached out to grab the air. Those people who retreated seemed to be frozen in the air and then flew towards Meng Po under the influence of a powerful force. Just like before, Meng Po drank a bowl of Grandma Meng's soup and threw it all into the pitch-black whirlpool. Lu Ming, what should we do? Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Her face was a little pale. Meng Po is too strong. We can't resist at all. Lu Ming shook his head and said. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and the others were like babies in Meng Po's hands. They couldn't resist at all. Meng Po's strength was definitely beyond their imagination. They didn't have the slightest chance. Even if Lu Ming used all his strength and asked Bubble to help, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of escaping. The difference was too great. Do we really have to drink Grandma Meng's soup and forget our past and present lives? Huang Ling said with a look of reluctance. Huang Ling, do you believe that this is the real Meng Po? Lu Ming didn't answer and asked Huang Ling in return. Huang Ling was stunned and pondered. She said, Meng Po is a legend in the 9th hell. Legend has it that the 9th hell is in the heaven domain. Heaven domain? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He said without thinking, that's right. So I think this place is man-made. Maybe it's just a test. We might not really lose our memories. So, we can only take a gamble. Take a gamble? That's right. Since we can't escape, let's take a gamble. I'll go first. With that, Lu Ming stepped out and strode towards Meng Po. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually took the initiative to step out. Little guy, please. Meng Po raised the bowl of Grandma Meng's soup in her hand. Okay. Lu Ming was very straightforward. He picked up Meng Po's soup and drank it in one gulp. Then, he returned the bowl to Meng Po and leaped into the dark vortex. Let me. Then, a burly young man walked out. It was Yi Dongfang. Obviously, Lu Ming wasn't the only one with courage. Yi Dongfang drank Meng Po's soup and leaped into the vortex like Lu Ming. Then, Huang Ling stepped out and drank Meng Po's soup before leaping into the vortex. The others' expressions changed, but they also understood that there was no way out today. They could only drink Meng Po's soup and step forward one by one. Soon, all the geniuses who came in jumped into the dark vortex. Chapter 1644. After Lu Ming jumped into the whirlpool, he felt dizzy and became more and more confused. Gradually, Lu Ming fell into darkness and could not feel anything. After a long time, Lu Ming gradually regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. I actually experienced 9 lives and 9 lives. Could it be that reincarnation really exists in this world? Lu Ming whispered. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. At that instant, a series of images appeared in his mind. Everything that had happened had been recalled. He drank Granny Meng's soup, jumped into the whirlpool and fell into darkness. After that, he actually experienced 9 lives and 9 lives. In his first life, he was born in a family of generals in the empire. He led the army and fought in wars since he was young. When he reached his middle age, he became the marshal of the empire who controlled a large number of troops. However, the emperor was suspicious of him and killed him on a groundless charge. Then, he was reincarnated. In his second life, he became a scholar. His family was poor and he wanted to be the top scholar. However, when he was the top scholar, he fell in love with the daughter of a noble family. In the end, the noble family secretly sent people to kill him. Then, it was his third life. In this life, he became an ordinary person, a villager in a small village. He married a wife and had children. In the end, he had many children and grandchildren. His hair turned gray and he died of old age. The fourth life, the fifth life, in his ninth life, he became a useless person who could not awaken his bloodline. His bloodline was dug out by his childhood sweetheart. Then, he accidentally found the temple of Paragon and stepped on the path of martial arts. Later, when he awakened his third bloodline, the third bloodline roared and he suddenly woke up. It was as if the reincarnation had ended. The ninth life is my own experience. It is exactly the same as my own experience. Is there really reincarnation in this world, or did I awaken the memories of the previous 8 lives? Lu Ming whispered. He was shocked and confused. It was as if he could not tell what was real and what was fake. Then, was his current life also one of the reincarnations? Was what he had experienced all the way real or fake? Little guy, I didn't expect you to wake up after experiencing 9 lives. This is really beyond my expectations. At that instant, an aged voice entered Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming's heart jolted. Only then did he look around. The place he was in was a huge secret chamber, and a black-robed old man was walking towards him. Senior, you are? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. In the past, people called me Samsara. The old man smiled. Reincarnation, you are the reincarnation emperor. Lu Ming could not help but exclaim. His mind slowly cleared up. Could it be that the Samsara emperor was still alive? Well, you can say that. But now, it's just a remnant soul. The old man said with a smile. Lu Ming looked at it carefully and found that it was indeed not a physical body. It was more like a phantom or a wisp of soul. Senior Samsara, is there really reincarnation in this world? Lu Ming asked. Scenes of the 9 lives flashed through his mind from time to time. Is there really reincarnation in this world? I don't know either. The Samsara emperor let out a long sigh. You don't know either? Lu Ming was puzzled. Legend had it that the Samsara emperor controlled the law of reincarnation, which was one of the strongest laws in the world. It was on par with the law of chaos. Did he not know about reincarnation? Then, were the 9 lives he experienced real or fake? How could it be so real? Little guy, are you confused about your previous experience? In fact, it's not really reincarnation. It's just a reflection in the depths of your heart. You can understand it as a kind of illusion. In other words, it might have awakened the memories of your previous life. The Samsara emperor said. So there is no reincarnation in this world. Lu Ming let out a long sigh and calmed down his mind. It's hard to say. Maybe when one's cultivation reaches a high enough level, they can really reincarnate. Unfortunately, my cultivation level is not high enough. The Samsara emperor sighed, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Little guy, what's your name? You're the first one in your group to wake up. I thought that the strongest among you would have to experience 100 lives to wake up. You're really strange. I'm Lu Ming. Senior, how long have I been here? Lu Ming asked. You've been here for 3 months. The Samsara emperor said. 3 months? That's good. Lu Ming was relieved. He had experienced 9 lives. It was as if he had experienced a long time and comprehended the different lives of the 9 lives. He was afraid that he had experienced a long time in the real world. 3 months? That's good. Senior, are you the one who built this big tomb? And the yellow spring helplessness? Then, Lu Ming asked a lot of questions. He was really curious. Of course not. I was almost gone after the battle. Later on, a peerless expert came here and built a big tomb for me. He also preserved a wisp of my remnant soul. Everything outside is the work of that expert. Perhaps he couldn't bear to see what I had learned in my life go down the drain, so he left a big tomb for me so that I could pass on my legacy in the future. The Samsara Emperor explained. As expected. Lu Ming muttered. He had heard of the legend before. It was said that after the 100 Races War, a peerless expert came to the 100 Races battlefield and built 9 tombs for the 9 strongest great emperors. The 1,000-kill martial emperor of the 1,000-kill sect had entered one of the tombs and obtained the inheritance. It seemed like the Yellow Spring helplessness was fake and was set up by that peerless expert. Lu Ming, you're cultivating the 9 Dragons War body, right? Speaking of which, that peerless expert is related to you. That expert is one of the top 10 battle beasts, the 9 Lives demonic silkworm. The Samsara Emperor said. 9 Lives demonic silkworm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. According to Dandan, the top 10 battle beasts had all died in the battle a long time ago. But now it seemed that it was far from that simple. Dandan had used a special method to preserve its life. Later on, Lu Ming saw the Titan longhorn beetle and heard that the 9 Lives demonic silkworm was still alive. Perhaps, many of the top 10 battle beasts were still in the world. What a pity, what a pity. At this moment, the Samsara Emperor looked at Lu Ming carefully and sighed. Senior, what's a pity? Lu Ming was puzzled. You've experienced 9 lives and were the first to wake up. Originally, you could have obtained my inheritance, controlled the Samsara realm, and then comprehended the law of Samsara. Unfortunately, you've already comprehended the Chaos realm. Chaos and Samsara are one of the top 10 strongest laws in the world. Just like how a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, it's difficult to control and merge them at the same time, the Samsara Emperor sighed and explained in detail. Cultivators could control multiple laws at the same time when they cultivated to a certain level. However, there were 10 strongest laws in the world that were difficult to control at the same time. Since ancient times, those who could control one of them were rare geniuses. Chapter 1645. After listening to the Reincarnation Emperor's explanation, Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. At the same time, he was shocked. In this world, there were as many as 9 types of laws that were on par with the chaos laws. Lu Ming did not know about this before. It seemed that his understanding was still too little. Senior, perhaps there will be someone suitable to inherit your legacy in the future. Lu Ming said. Although it was a pity, he could only give up. He could not give up the chaotic realm and cultivate the reincarnation realm. That was impossible. There's no time left. My remnant soul can't exist for too long. The Reincarnation Emperor sighed. Then, a crystal-like object appeared in his hand. It was magical. Lu Ming looked at it as if he was looking at a world. Lu Ming, this is my heart of the realm. It contains all my legacy. Take it. If you meet a suitable person in the future, help me pass it on. This is my last wish. The Reincarnation Emperor said. His voice was full of regret. It was a pity that a great emperor of a generation had fallen to such a state. Senior, Lu Ming will definitely find the most suitable successor for you and pass down the legacy. Lu Ming's eyes were firm. He took the heart of the realm from the Reincarnation Emperor and put it away solemnly. Thank you. The Reincarnation Emperor smiled and said, Little guy, since you're the first one to wake up, how can I let you return empty-handed? This reincarnation halberd is for you. The Reincarnation Emperor's hand glowed and a halberd appeared. This reincarnation halberd was my weapon in the past. However, it's been severely damaged and doesn't have much power left. However, I've sealed 2 forces in it. If each of these 2 forces were to unleash their full power, they could kill any expert below the Emperor realm. The Reincarnation Emperor said. It can kill any expert below the Emperor level. Lu Ming was shocked. Then, he was overjoyed. Such a treasure was simply heaven-defying. At the critical moment, it could definitely turn the tables and save one's life. That's right. Of course, there are only 2 forces. Once they're used up, there's nothing left. Take it. The Reincarnation Emperor passed the Reincarnation Halberd to Lu Ming. Lu Ming put it away happily. Alright, I'll send you out now. Samsara Emperor said. Senior, can I stay here for a while longer? I would like to cultivate here. Lu Ming said. Before this, he had experienced 9 lifetimes. Those scenes were like 9 real lifetimes. Lu Ming gained many insights. He felt that he was about to make a breakthrough in the primal chaos domain. One more step and he would be a half-saint. As long as he broke through to the half-step saint realm, his strength would skyrocket. Only then would he have more confidence when he went out. Don't worry about it, just cultivate as much as you can. Samsara Emperor said. Lu Ming nodded and then sat down cross-legged. He took out the Tree of Enlightenment and began to comprehend quietly. The Tree of Enlightenment? This little fellow seems to have more secrets than I thought. The Samsara Emperor was taken aback for a moment before a faint smile appeared on his face. The chaotic domain on Lu Ming's body started to vibrate and undulate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Boom! Buzz! The chaotic domain on Lu Ming's body suddenly vibrated violently and then skyrocketed. Its aura surged. Ultimate domain. After experiencing 9 lifetimes and 9 reincarnations, Lu Ming was enlightened and finally broke through to the peak of the chaotic domain. The ultimate chaotic domain was much stronger than the level 9 chaotic domain. As soon as the chaotic domain broke through, the true yuan in Lu Ming's body started to surge. It roared and jumped, and its speed became faster and faster. His cultivation was about to break through. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large pile of mid-grade primordial stones appeared on the ground. Lu Ming activated his devouring power and began to devour the primordial stones. 3 days later, Lu Ming did not know how many primordial stones he had refined. His aura suddenly skyrocketed, forming a true yuan qi pillar that rushed to the top of the secret chamber. However, the secret chamber was very sturdy. Lu Ming's true yuan qi pillar rushed to the top, but there was no reaction at all. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. Now, he had finally broken through to the first stage of the half-saint realm. After breaking through to the half-saint realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. He was now confident that he could defeat Tao Tai alone. Little guy, I almost forgot. I saw a trace of chaotic qi in your body. Let me give you another opportunity. The Reincarnation Emperor appeared and walked over. A stream of qi appeared in his hand and circled around his arm. Chaotic qi, this is the real chaotic qi. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. He immediately sensed that the stream of qi on the Reincarnation Emperor's arm was the real chaotic qi. Although he cultivated the chaotic domain, he had never seen the real chaotic qi. That's right. This is a strand of real chaotic qi. I obtained it before the war. I originally wanted to refine it into the Samsara halberd, but after the war, I put it aside. Now, I'm giving it to you. Refine it into your spiritual body. Your spiritual body's strength will increase greatly. Lu Ming, close your eyes. I'll help you. The Reincarnation Emperor said softly. Lu Ming quickly closed his eyes and became one with the Reincarnation Emperor. The Reincarnation Emperor waved his hand and a stream of chaotic qi flew out and entered Lu Ming's body. Puff! Lu Ming's body shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The chaotic qi was the origin energy of heaven and earth. Even a stream of it could crush a mountain range. It was extremely heavy. When the chaotic qi entered Lu Ming's body, he felt that his body was about to collapse. Hang in there. There is a trace of chaotic qi in your body. You should be able to refine it. The Reincarnation Emperor's voice rang in his ears. Then, a ray of light shone from the Reincarnation Emperor's hand and enveloped Lu Ming. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt the pressure on his body lighten. He focused his mind and started to refine the chaotic qi. Slowly, a wisp of true chaotic qi intertwined with the original wisp of chaotic qi in his body and slowly seeped into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was slowly becoming stronger. Meanwhile, several young men were sitting on the underworld bridge. They were Huang Ling, the 10th Prince of the Golden Crow, the Tao Tai, and the others. The 40 or so skyprides who had jumped into the vortex were all here. At this moment, the geniuses opened their eyes one after another. Their eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on? I clearly remember drinking Meng Po's soup and jumping into the vortex. Why am I still here? Someone blurted out with a confused look. I don't know either. I only know that I fell into darkness and lost my consciousness. I woke up here. Me too. The others nodded. It seemed like they were different from Lu Ming. Lu Ming could remember the scenes of his 9 reincarnations, but these people seemed to have forgotten them. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow was engulfed in flames. He rose to his feet and scanned his surroundings cautiously. He let out a sigh of relief when he did not see Meng Po. It seems like we have come out of the reincarnation realm. Who was it that obtained the succession of the reincarnation emperor? Chapter 1646. Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to know who had obtained the reincarnation emperor's inheritance. The person who has obtained the reincarnation emperor's inheritance must be among us. You better tell us. Don't try to keep it to yourself. Tao Tai said coldly. He moved and blocked the path of the bridge of helplessness. He stared at the crowd with a ferocious look. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. The place fell silent and the atmosphere became heavy. Before we know who has obtained the reincarnation emperor's inheritance, let's stay here. No one is going to leave. Tao Tai said domineeringly. There seems to be one person missing among us. At this moment, a voice was heard. It was Simo Yang. He looked at Huang Ling. That's right. There is one person missing. Lu Ming is not here. A young man in a black feather coat said. He was Prince Tianying of the Sky Bird Palace. There was a puzzled look in Huang Ling's eyes. Why was Lu Ming not here? That's true. Could it be that Lu Ming has obtained the inheritance and is accepting it now? Maybe he has already left. Some people guessed. Let's wait here. If Lu Ming has not come out, he will definitely come out. If he does not come out after a while, we will go out and look for him. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's eyes flickered. The reincarnation emperor was a true emperor who had mastered the law of reincarnation. His inheritance was more precious than the 1,000 martial monarch's inheritance. Who would not be tempted? Immediately, everyone began to wait quietly on the bridge of helplessness. Lu Ming, on the other hand, focused on refining the chaotic aura. Slowly, a wisp of chaotic qi seeped into Lu Ming's body and spread to his cells. Every part of Lu Ming's body was filled with a wisp of chaotic qi. It took a few days for Lu Ming to completely refine the wisp of chaotic aura. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and leapt to his feet. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with endless power. When he punched, it was heavier than a mountain. He now felt that he could smash a half-saint who had comprehended the laws to death with his physical strength alone. Lu Ming, although your current spiritual body is still an inferior heaven spiritual body, in terms of strength, it is no weaker than a medium heaven spiritual body. The voice of the Samsara Emperor was heard. Thank you, Senior. Senior, you. Lu Ming stood up and was about to bow to the Samsara Emperor when he found that the Samsara Emperor's body had become very faint, as if it would disappear at any time. He knew that the Samsara Emperor had used up the last of his soul power to help him. Senior, I'm sorry. Lu Ming's heart was filled with deep regret, and he felt a lump in his throat. Little guy, don't blame yourself. This wisp of my soul was about to dissipate anyway. It has nothing to do with you. Now, I'll send you out. Go ahead and travel the world as soon as possible. With that, the Samsara Emperor waved his hand. Lu Ming felt his body tighten as he left the secret chamber and came to a place of nothingness. There was a pitch-black vortex in front of him. Senior, I will definitely find a suitable successor for you so that your legacy can be passed down forever. Lu Ming swore in his heart, and then stepped into the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming passed through the vortex, and a bridge appeared in front of him. It was the bridge of helplessness. Lu Ming stepped onto the bridge of helplessness. On the bridge of helplessness, everyone looked toward Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Everyone, long time no see. How have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, you're finally out. Tell me, did you get the legacy of the Samsara Emperor? The 10th Golden Crow Prince emitted a powerful aura and locked onto Lu Ming. The legacy of the Samsara Emperor? Why do you say that? Lu Ming pretended to be confused. Lu Ming, I knew you would try to deny it. We all came here at the same time, but you're the only one who came out a few days later than the others. You must have gotten the legacy of the Samsara Emperor. The Tao Tai spoke as he strode forward. Does it mean that I've gotten the legacy of the Samsara Emperor just because I'm late? Lu Ming said calmly. Everyone, it's simple. We just need to cripple him and search his soul, and everything will be clear. By then, he will still have to spit everything out. A cold voice could be heard. It was Simo Yang who spoke. Since the start of the fight for the map and key of the Samsara Emperor's tomb, he had been at a disadvantage against Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Later on, he and Zhao Kuang wanted to cooperate with Lu Ming and Huang Ling, but they were chased away by Lu Ming. It was a great humiliation for him. He had been looking for a chance to kill Lu Ming. Now that he had the chance, he would not let it go. Lu Ming looked at Simo Yang coldly and said, "You're courting death." Simo Yang's expression changed. He was slightly frightened, but his courage was boosted when he thought of the presence of so many experts. What's wrong? Did I hit the nail on the head? You want to kill me? Humph, there are so many people here. You won't have the chance today. That's right. Lu Ming, you should hand over the Samsara Emperor's legacy. Young Master Tianying said coldly. Bang! The 10th Golden Crow Prince took a step forward. His body was engulfed in the divine flame of the sun as he said, "If you don't want to admit it, I'll search your soul." Golden Crow, what are you trying to do? Huang Ling shouted as her body was engulfed in the undying flame. Her powerful aura surged towards the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Huang Ling, it's better for you to stand there obediently. Tao Tai said coldly. He took a step forward and stood in front of Huang Ling. Everyone, search his soul. Apart from the Samsara Emperor's legacy, there are other secrets on him. Let's get them all. Simo Yang shouted arrogantly. You're courting death. Lu Ming looked at Simo Yang coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Simo Yang. Who are you trying to kill? Stay here. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said coldly as he grabbed at Lu Ming with his claw. However, Lu Ming's body was covered in wind and lightning as he executed the wind-lightning step. In a flash, Lu Ming dodged the 10th Golden Crow Prince's attack and appeared in front of Simo Yang in an instant. Then, he reached out his hand and grabbed at Simo Yang. Simo Yang was shocked. He unleashed all of his cultivation and a halberd appeared in his hand. He slashed at Lu Ming. Die! Lu Ming shouted as he executed the divine sword art. Two black rays of light shot out from his eyes and landed on Simo Yang's spiritual spirit. Simo Yang let out a miserable shriek and his hand froze. When a cultivator made a breakthrough in their cultivation, they would also condense their soul and increase their soul power. When Lu Ming broke through to the first stage of half-sage, his soul power also increased by a notch. Chapter 1647. Simo Yang paused in his actions and Lu Ming's claws grabbed his throat. A terrifying force surged into Simo Yang's body. Simo Yang's vital essence was scattered and his bones cracked. He did not know how many of them were broken. Let me go. Simo Yang's eyes were filled with fear. Let you go? I've given you a chance. You're the one who wants to die. I can't help you. Lu Ming said coldly. Lu Ming, you better let him go. The 10th Prince of the Golden Crow spoke. His eyes emitted a golden glow as an icy murderous intent spread out. Lu Ming was the one who escaped from his clutches. Now that he had grabbed Simo Yang, He felt very embarrassed. You want me to let him go? Who do you think you are? Lu Ming looked at the 10th Golden Crow Prince. He did not give him any face and a violent energy burst out from his palm. Bang! Sima Liang's body exploded in Lu Ming's hands. Thereafter, he was crushed by the terrifying power and turned into ashes. The others sucked in a cold breath. How can Lu Ming's strength be so terrifying? Sima Liang's strength was not weak and was comparable to most of the people present. However, he couldn't even last one move from Lu Ming. He was as weak as a baby and had no strength to fight back. Especially young Master Tianying. He had spoken out to oppress Lu Ming and he felt a chill run down his spine. You're just relying on a soul attack. You're courting death. The 10th Golden Crow Prince shouted coldly. A golden light flashed and he pounced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming dared to say who he was? He's courting death. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's claw turned into the Golden Crow's claw and it was filled with the great divine fire. He clawed at Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. At the side, Huang Ling wanted to help but she was blocked by Tao Tai. The others looked on coldly. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He stood still and slashed at the 10th Golden Crow Prince with his palm like a knife. Lu Ming actually wants to fight the 10th Golden Crow Prince in close combat. He's really courting death. The Golden Crow body is already extremely powerful. The Golden Crow 10th Prince's physique is equivalent to a low-class heaven spiritual body. Coupled with his nomological vessel, it's even more terrifying. Lu Ming has no chance in close combat. Some people couldn't help but mock Lu Ming when they saw that he was going to take the 10th Prince's claw head-on. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck the 10th Golden Crow Prince's claw, emitting a sound of metal clashing. The 10th Golden Crow Prince's expression changed drastically. He then roared furiously and clawed out claw shadows that filled the sky. Lu Ming's palms also struck out continuously. In an instant, the two of them clashed head-on, exchanging dozens of blows in succession. However, what surprised everyone was that after a few dozen moves, the 10th Golden Crow Prince was knocked back a dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. His palm was trembling slightly and blood was flowing out. In a head-on clash, he was no match for Lu Ming at all. Even his claws were shattered. Everyone else was speechless. How was this possible? In a head-on clash, Lu Ming actually had the upper hand in terms of physical strength and injured the 10th Golden Crow Prince. It's my turn. Lu Ming roared and charged toward the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The chaotic domain had reached its peak and covered his body. He used the hell-suppressing heaven skill to attack the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Caw! With a caw, the 10th Golden Crow Prince reverted to his true form. His body was golden like a small sun. He flapped his wings and charged toward Lu Ming. However, his body shook violently as soon as he came into contact with Lu Ming, as if he was being torn apart. His great sun divine fire and fire law were completely suppressed by Lu Ming's chaotic domain. Boom! Golden feathers fluttered in the sky. The 10th Golden Crow Prince was furious. He clawed at Lu Ming with 3 claws under his abdomen, but he was knocked back by Lu Ming's punches. So powerful. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was so powerful that he could suppress the 10th Golden Crow Prince. He has broken through. He was already terrifying when he was a rank 9 Martial Royal. Now that he has broken through to the Sage-to-be, his combat strength must be even stronger. Someone said. Tao Tai, come and help me. The 10th Golden Crow Prince shouted. Roar! Tao Tai reverted to his true form and was about to rush forward to help, but Huang Ling stood in front of him. Huang Ling, let him attack together. Today, I will beat him up together. Lu Ming said. Huang Ling's eyes lit up and she moved aside. Tao Tai roared and charged toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and the divine sword art burst forth. He then raised his hand and used the chaotic sky flipping seal to attack Tao Tai. The chaotic sky-flipping seal pressed down and almost pressed Tao Tai down. Boom! 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 Lu Ming attacked the 10th Golden Crow Prince fiercely like a god of war. The 10th Golden Crow Prince was forced to retreat and roar in anger. In the end, Lu Ming grabbed one of the Golden Crow 10th Prince's wings, swung it up, and smashed it toward the charging Tao Tai. With a bang, the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai collided and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Buzz! A huge chaotic sky-flipping seal appeared in the sky and pressed down on the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai. The terrifying power forced the others to retreat to the two ends of the Bridge of Helplessness for fear of being affected. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai roared and their bodies shone brightly as they resisted with all their might. But it was useless. Lu Ming had used all his strength in the chaotic sky-flipping seal and it was extremely powerful. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai's bodies shook violently and they were pressed to the ground and vomited blood. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming fought 1 against 2 and actually suppressed the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Tao Tai to the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. How was this possible? Lu Ming's combat power was strong and they were well aware of this. Now that Lu Ming had broken through, they had initially speculated that Lu Ming would be able to fight with one of them. It was even possible for him to defeat one of them. However, he had completely crushed them. This was too terrifying. They did not know that Lu Ming had refined a wisp of true chaotic qi in his spiritual body. Although it was still an inferior heaven spiritual body, it was already equivalent to a medium heaven spiritual body. Naturally, he could completely suppress the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai. Kill! The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he charged toward the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai. Let's go! The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai roared and rushed toward the other side of the Bridge of Helplessness. They fled frantically in the direction they came from. Their speed was astonishing. Lu Ming's eyes flickered but he did not chase after them. At that moment, the others looked at Lu Ming with fear and seriousness. Even the geniuses who were at the same level as the 10th Golden Crow Prince felt the same way. Lu Ming, your battle strength has increased. I am no match for you. Huang Ling came over with a smile. Let's go out. Chapter 1648. The other geniuses remained silent. They looked at each other and went back the way they came. Although they had guessed that the Reincarnation Emperor's inheritance might be in Lu Ming's hands, Lu Ming's strength was too strong. So what if it was in Lu Ming's hands? What could they do? Unless they all joined forces to fight against Lu Ming. However, judging from Lu Ming's strength, they would have to pay a heavy price even if they all joined forces. Many of them would have to die before they could defeat Lu Ming. Who would be willing to take the risk? Lu Ming and Huang Ling walked in front. They soon passed through the path and arrived at the area of the tombs. However, when they entered the tombs this time, there was no movement from the tombs. No illusionary figures came out to attack them. They easily passed through the tombs and arrived at the long path. In front, when the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Tao Tai saw Lu Ming coming, they broke into a run and ran wildly in the passageway. Lu Ming sneered. He stepped into the passageway with Huang Ling and strode forward. The others followed suit. Miraculously, when they had first entered, they had spent half a month to pass through the passageway. However, this time around, they had only used a single day to reach the end. They saw the mountain that had been split open by the halberd. Lu Ming could not help but recall the reincarnation halberd that the Reincarnation Emperor had given him. It seemed to be the halberd formed by the fusion of the 10 keys. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai looked at Lu Ming coldly as soon as they came out of the path. Then, they flew into the sky and flew into the distance. However, at this moment, a terrifying sword radiance slashed toward the 10th Golden Crow Prince in the sky. The sword radiance looked like a rusty iron sword. It cut through the void and was tens of thousands of feet tall. At the same time, there was a terrifying long spear that was also rusty. It was huge and flew toward Tao Tai. "Who's there?" "You're courting death," the 10th Golden Crow Prince shouted. He flapped his wings and flew up. The divine fire of the sun burned fiercely. One of his claws grew rapidly and grabbed toward the iron sword. At the same time, Tao Tai roared and spat out a beam of destructive light toward the long spear. Boom! Boom! There were 2 loud booms. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai were stopped. They floated in the air. They could not rush out even with their strength. Their gazes were like lightning as they looked ahead. 2 figures could be seen approaching from the distance. The 2 figures were both wearing rusty iron armor, and their bodies were filled with a dense death aura. The only difference was that one of them was holding a battle sword, while the other was holding a spear. The Undead Clan, and 2 Saint Realm Undead Clan members at that. What's going on? The undead attacked the 10th Golden Crow Prince. 2 saints from the Undead Clan stepped forward and charged toward the 10th Prince and Tao Tai. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai roared. They could only use all their strength to fight back. Instantly, 2 balls of light exploded in the sky. "Let's go," some of the young men said as they quickly flew in another direction. Although he did not know why the 2 Undying Race Saints attacked the Golden Crow 10th Prince and Tao Tai, it was better to leave while they were busy. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth. A beam of destructive light flew toward the youths. "Oh no! Retreat!" The youths yelled and attacked. But when the beam of light passed, the youths retreated and blood flowed out of their mouths. "Saints! More saints!" some of the youths yelled. Roar! Roar! Roaring sounds rang out. On their left, a few enormous creatures stepped through the air, emitting a terrifying aura. That was the might of a saint. Those giant creatures were all beasts. They were all saint-level beasts. Then, a loud roar could be heard from the right side. A terrifying coercion spread toward Lu Ming and the rest. A few figures appeared. Each of them was bathed in a dazzling radiance. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but their aura was definitely that of a sage. At the same time, a powerful aura came from above their heads. A few saint-level experts appeared. There are 12 saint-level experts. What do they want? Some youths turned pale. These saint-level experts were obviously the experts of the various races in the 100-race battlefield. They usually dominated their own regions, but they had gathered here today. Kill them all. A voice filled with murderous intent came from the sky. Kill. Roar. The saint-level beasts and other strange races all charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Apart from the 2 undead saints, there were 10 saint-level experts. They launched a terrifying attack toward Lu Ming and the others. Ah! Instantly, one of the heaven's favorites exploded in the air and died there. Whoosh! A terrifying claw light grabbed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and destroyed the claw light. The scene fell into a chaotic battle. Then, there were a few more screams. A few more youths were killed. Saints not only mastered the laws, but they also condensed saint power. Saint power was completely different from true essence and demonic power. It was a qualitative improvement. Saint power was extremely powerful. It could easily defeat true essence and demonic power. Although these youths were powerful, they could not fight against saint-level experts unless they reached the 3rd level of the half-saint realm. Let's join forces and break out. Someone yelled. Facing 10 saint-level experts, they only had hope if they joined forces. Kill. Lu Ming and Huang Ling rushed to the left. Many other youths gathered together and rushed with Lu Ming. Roar. Roar. A few giant saint-level demonic beasts roared and charged toward Lu Ming. One of the beasts was like a giant lizard. Its body was covered with bone spikes. It was at least a few hundred meters long. It stretched out its giant claws and grabbed at Lu Ming. It was a lesser bright saint realm demonic beast. Lu Ming punched the beast's sharp claws. Bam! Lu Ming punched the beast's sharp claws. The beast's huge body was pushed back. In terms of strength, it was no match for Lu Ming. The 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai could fight against ordinary saint-level experts. With Lu Ming's combat strength, it was no problem for him to suppress an ordinary saint-level beast. When the giant beast retreated, Lu Ming and the rest rushed forward. Stop them! The other beasts roared. A few beings in the sky also charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Let's attack together! Huang Ling shouted. The undying flame on her body burned fiercely. A flaming phoenix rushed out and rushed towards a ferocious beast. Sizzle, lightning filled the sky. Yi Dongfang was beside Huang Ling. Lightning filled the sky and formed a giant lightning sword that slashed toward a beast. There was also a young man in a yellow robe. One of his arms grew rapidly. His face was covered with rocks. He punched toward the sky and blocked a saint-level expert. Chapter 1649. Although the geniuses in the second stage of the Sage-to-Be were slightly weaker, they were still an amazing force when they joined forces. The power of various laws intertwined and blasted into the sky. Even though the opponent was a Saint Realm expert, he was forced to retreat. Lu Ming held a chaotic cyclic seal in his hand and smashed it toward the giant lizard-like beast. Bam! The lizard-like beast was hit by the chaotic cyclic seal and was forced to retreat. Its skin and flesh were lacerated and blood flowed out. They took the opportunity to charge forward. Stay here. There was a cold voice in front of them. A huge demonic palm grabbed at them. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically at the sight of the vast aura. Great achievement, Bright Saint! Lu Ming roared. Their opponents had even dispatched a greater success stage Bright Sacred Realm expert. They were clearly trying to kill them. Each stage of the Saint Realm was divided into 4 stages: Small Achievement, Great Achievement, Peak, and Complete. The gap between each stage was huge. It was even bigger than the gap between the stages of the Martial Royal Realm. Why did the Saint Realm experts of the various clans join forces to kill them in the 100-tribe battlefield? At this moment, Lu Ming and the other youths were full of questions. However, it was not the time to be puzzled. The key was to rush out first. Join forces with me! Lu Ming shouted. His hands were like illusions and the chaotic domain boiled. A giant chaotic cyclic seal was formed and blasted toward the giant demonic palm. On the side, Huang Ling, Yi Dongfang, the yellow-robed youth, and the other experts all joined forces. Their terrifying attacks merged into a colorful light beam and rushed toward the demonic palm. Boom! The demonic palm was defeated directly. Lu Ming, who was at the forefront, immediately changed his direction and flew at high speed. The rest followed behind him. Behind them, the Saint Realm experts chased. On the other side, the 10th Golden Crow Prince and Tao Tai also broke through the opponent's blockade and fled into the distance. Boom! On the other side, another demonic palm was formed and grabbed toward them. They continued to join forces and defeated the demonic palm. They flew forward quickly, but the Saint Realm cultivators behind them were hot on their heels. There was also a ball of terrifying demonic light flying toward them. The existence within the demonic light was an expert in the great success stage of the Bright Sage Realm. Let's split up. Otherwise, if we're being watched like this, none of us will be able to escape. Lu Ming said. The expressions of the others changed rapidly. Let's split up. We'll only stand a chance if we work together. Yi Dongfang shouted as he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged in another direction. Go! Following that, the yellow-robed young man also flew out. The other 2 prodigies who had reached the jar stage flew out as well. Then, the weaker ones scattered in groups of 3 to 5 and fled into the distance. As for Lu Ming and Huang Ling, they flew straight ahead and increased their speed to the maximum. You guys go after those people. Leave those 2 to me. The existence in that ball of demonic light had its eyes on Lu Ming and was chasing after Lu Ming. The other saints scattered and chased after the others. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and the existence in that ball of demonic light had flown for tens of thousands of miles. The ball of demonic light was moving at an astonishing speed and was closing in on Lu Ming and Huang Ling. Bubble. With a thought, Lu Ming summoned Bubble, who was hiding in the pagoda, and opened a space-time passage. Lu Ming and Huang Ling rushed in and appeared tens of thousands of miles away. Then, Bubble continued to open the passage. After a few times, it had completely shaken off the ball of demonic light. It seems that Bubble has also advanced. Lu Ming's heart jumped. In the Yuan continent, Bubble could only open a few thousand miles of space-time passage. Now, it could travel tens of thousands of miles. It seemed that Bubble had also advanced in the 3 months that he had gone through 9 lives and 9 reincarnations. It should have reached the first stage of the Sage-to-Be and its strength had greatly increased. They flew for another 100,000 miles before coming to a stop. Why do these saints want to kill us? Is it because we've entered the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb? Huang Ling frowned as she could not figure it out. Lu Ming shook his head as he could not figure it out either. If it was because of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb, it should be because the undead clan had attacked them. That was the undead clan's territory. How could there be so many clans? Moreover, Lu Ming felt that the being in the ball of demonic light should be a human. In the 100-clan battlefield, only the native humans had reached the Saint Realm. Let's go back to Darkwater City first, Lu Ming said. Huang Ling nodded and the two flew toward Darkwater City. A moment later, in front of the mountain of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb, figures gathered. There were 2 saints from the undead clan, a few powerful ferocious beasts, and other saints from other clans. The 12 saints from before were all gathered here. Damn it, those people escaped. We only killed a dozen of them. The gigantic lizard, whose skin and flesh were lacerated by Lu Ming, roared furiously. At this moment, a ball of demonic light flew over. The other saints all looked at the demonic light. The demonic light retracted and revealed a figure. It was a human. He was a black-robed elder with a gloomy face. Previously, I deliberately revealed the news of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb to these foreign prodigies with the intention of letting them fight among themselves for the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. I didn't expect these people to not suffer many losses after entering the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. What a mistake. The black-robed elder said in a low voice. What do we do now? Asked a Saint Realm expert. Kill. We must kill. The black-robed elder said in a cold voice. The 100-clan battlefield belongs to us. The wealth and treasures here belong to us. However, the large sects and factions outside have been constantly sending young prodigies here for so many years to plunder the treasures here and hunt down the living beings of our clans. Even the humans who have been training outside have been killed by them. Therefore, we must kill them this time. Kill them until the large sects and factions outside are afraid. Kill them until they no longer dare to send people in. This way, the 100-clan battlefield will truly belong to us in the future. The black-robed elder's words caused the other saints to show anger and killing intent in their eyes. We'll inform the various clans to hunt down the foreign prodigies everywhere. Many of them will probably go to the Alliance Mountain. At that time, we'll ambush them there. Remember, we have to specifically target those with high talent. The higher the talent, the more the large sects will be heartbroken and afraid. They won't dare to send people here in the future. The black-robed elder said. Okay, let's do that. I'll immediately inform the other clans. Ambush them everywhere and hunt down the foreign prodigies. Chapter 1650. Lu Ming and Huang Ling flew towards Darkwater City. 2 days later, Darkwater City appeared in front of them. When the two of them entered the city, the soldiers guarding the city looked at them coldly but did not do anything. Something is wrong with the soldiers guarding the gate. They seem to want to attack us, Huang Ling said with a frown as they walked on the streets of Darkwater City. It's not just the soldiers guarding the gate. The other people on the streets are also looking at us strangely. Moreover, have you noticed that there are no young people who are too powerful? Lu Ming said with a frown. Huang Ling looked around and found that the people on the street were looking at the two of them with strange gazes. Moreover, there were not many young experts. Occasionally, they would see some who were not very powerful. They were obviously local youths. It was as though the young elites who had come to train had evaporated into thin air. Oh no, I'm afraid the situation has changed. Lu Ming had a bad feeling. Let's go to Phoenix Palace to take a look. Huang Ling was anxious. The two of them rose into the air and flew towards Phoenix Palace. Soon, they arrived at Phoenix Palace. However, there was no one in Phoenix Palace. Phoenix Palace was empty. There was not a single disciple of Phoenix Palace. It was as though the disciples of Phoenix Palace had evaporated into thin air. What's going on? Did something happen in the past 3 months that caused all the young elites to leave Darkwater City? Or have they all left the 100-tribe battlefield? Huang Ling was very puzzled. Along the way, she had learned from Lu Ming that they had stayed in the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb for 3 months. Holy Lady! At that moment, an old woman flew over and bowed to Huang Ling. You are. Huang Ling was stunned. Holy Lady, it's me. The old woman's appearance changed rapidly and turned into a young and beautiful woman. The old woman from before was actually this woman in disguise. Huang Xian, it's you. What happened? Huang Ling asked. Obviously, the young woman was a disciple of Phoenix Palace. Holy Lady, we have been captured. The other senior and junior brothers and sisters have been captured by the local experts. As I know how to disguise myself, I was able to sneak into the crowd and escape. Holy Lady, let's go. The local experts will be here soon. Huang Xian said anxiously. Local experts? Huang Ling was a little stunned. Whoosh. 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 At this moment, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. There were at least a few dozen streaks of light streaking across the sky and flying towards them. Dozens of armor-clad powerhouses instantly descended above Phoenix Palace, emanating powerful auras. The dozens of people were all in the half-saint realm. More than a dozen of them were in the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, the vessel of law realm. Take down all the foreign sky prides. A tall and sturdy man roared. Attack! The experts immediately made their moves, unleashing powerful attacks to inflict serious damage on Lu Ming and Huang Ling. You're courting death. Huang Ling shouted angrily. The undying flame burned fiercely and turned into an undying raging flame phoenix. It pounced out. With a flap of its wings, 5 or 6 half-saints were killed. On the other hand, Lu Ming threw out more than a dozen punches. Every punch sent out a ray of fist radiance. Each ray of fist radiance could explode an expert in the air. To Lu Ming, it made no difference whether the ordinary half-saints were in the vessel of law realm or in the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm. They were all killed in one move. Evil creature, you are courting death. At this moment, a loud shout could be heard from the depths of Darkwater City. A terrifying aura shot up into the sky. Oh no, it's a Saint Realm expert. Let's rush out first. Huang Ling's face changed. All right. Lu Ming said. Having said that, Lu Ming used the Tempest Steps. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of a local semisage. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the other party's throat. He lifted the burly man and dashed out of Darkwater City with Huang Ling and Huang Xian. In the depths of Darkwater City, an elder rushed out and slashed out a ray of terrifying sword radiance. This was a radiant Saint Realm expert. Lu Ming threw out a punch and destroyed the sword radiance. Huang Ling used her true origin to carry Huang Xian, and the 3 of them rushed out of Darkwater City quickly. In a short while, they rushed out of Darkwater City and rushed into the distance. In Darkwater City, the Saint Realm elders seemed to be afraid and did not chase after them. After flying for a long time, Lu Ming and the others stopped. Lu Ming sealed the cultivation of the local half-saint and threw him to the ground. Huang Xian, what is going on? Huang Ling asked. I don't know. About a month ago, the local people suddenly attacked. Many Saint Realm experts attacked the geniuses of the foreign forces. Many of them were killed. Many of our Phoenix Palace people died as well. The others were captured and some escaped the city. Huang Xian explained. What are these races in the 100-race battlefield trying to do? Huang Ling's eyes burned with flames. When they came out of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb, they were also attacked by the Saint Realm experts of the various races in the 100-race battlefield. Was all of this a coincidence? Just ask this guy and you'll know. Lu Ming said. He stepped on the dantian of the local half-saint and said, Tell me, why did you attack us? Ha ha ha, don't you know your own limits? The 100-race battlefield belongs to the various races of the 100-race battlefield. You outsiders are always coming in to steal the treasures here and kill the people of the various races. You all deserve to die. This time, the various races of the 100-race battlefield have joined forces to kill you all so that the major sects of the outside world will not dare to send people here in the future. The local half-saint laughed maniacally. I see. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the local races had a deep grudge against the prodigies of the outside world. It seemed that they had been planning this for a long time to launch a thunderous attack to kill these foreign prodigies. It was useless no matter how strong the major sects and factions of the outside world were. Experts of the Saint Realm and above could not enter the 100-race battlefield. In this way, they could only give up on the 100-race battlefield as a place to train prodigies. Tell me, where are the people you captured? Huang Ling asked. There's no harm in telling you. Those who were captured have been taken to the Alliance Mountain, including the disciples of your Phoenix Palace. They will be killed at the Alliance Mountain as a sacrifice to the ancestors. Haha. The local half-saint laughed. The Alliance Mountain. Huang Ling frowned. She then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, I'm going to the Alliance Mountain to save the disciples of Phoenix Palace. Goodbye. They had joined forces because of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Now that the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb was over, their alliance was naturally over. Huang Ling, this is probably a trap set by the local races. I'm afraid it's very dangerous to go to the Alliance Mountain. Lu Ming said. Chapter 1651. Those who could enter the 100-tribe battlefield to train were all prodigies, and most of them had superior earth spiritual bodies. If all of them died here, it would be a great loss to Phoenix Palace. As the saintess of Phoenix Palace, she had to be rescued. I'll go with you. Lu Ming smiled. You're coming with me? Huang Ling was stunned. More people means more helpers. Why? Are you touched? Lu Ming said with a smile. Thank you. Huang Ling cupped her fists solemnly. Okay, then let's head to Alliance Mountain. This is also a training experience, but this time, our opponents have changed to saints. Lu Ming smiled and then burst out with his true origin to kill the native half-saint. Then, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and Huang Xian headed to Alliance Mountain. Huang Ling had been in the 100-tribe battlefield for a long time, so she naturally knew where Alliance Mountain was. Alliance Mountain was the place where the various races met in the 100-tribe battlefield. Every once in a while, the various races in the 100-tribe battlefield would meet at Alliance Mountain to discuss matters. A day later, the three of them had traveled a long distance. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar in front of them. The sky rumbled, and thunder filled the sky. Roar! Then, there was a roar, and sword chi pierced through the sky. There was a terrifying battle taking place there. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming said. The three of them retracted their auras and flew into the sky. The fluctuations in front of them were very shocking. 2 saint auras filled the sky. It's him, Yi Dongfang. Not long after, Lu Ming saw the people fighting. One of them was Wild Thunder Yi Dongfang. In addition, there were two powerful figures besieging Yi Dongfang. One of them was a giant lizard-like beast with bone spikes all over its body. It was the beast that Lu Ming had fought outside the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. The other was a human expert, who was also a saint. He was a lesser mastery bright saint. In fact, it was very difficult to break through to the saint realm in the 100-tribe battlefield. Therefore, most of the saints in the 100-tribe battlefield were lesser mastery bright saints. You won't be able to escape. Today, you will die. The giant lizard beast roared and its mountain-like claws slashed towards Yi Dongfang. On the other hand, the human race saint's swordlight bloomed in his hand. It was extremely terrifying as it continuously slashed towards Yi Dongfang. Although Yi Dongfang was strong, he was not a match for two saints. At this moment, he was in a very sorry state. His hair was disheveled, his body was bathed in blood, and his aura was weak. He let out a long roar as if he had transformed into a god of thunder. Terrifying lightning power filled the air as the law of thunder burst forth as he fought against the two saints. Sometimes, when the thick thunderbolts swept across a large mountain, the mountain would immediately crumble. However, the Saint Plain cultivators were equally terrifying. Their saint force was unparalleled, and with a single strike, they could obliterate the law of thunder. Save Yi Dongfang, Lu Ming said. All right. Huang Ling nodded. Yi Dongfang's character was not bad. Moreover, their strength was still too weak for this trip to Meng Mountain. With Yi Dongfang, their strength would be even stronger. Leave that giant lizard to me. You and Yi Dongfang deal with that human warrior, Lu Ming said. Huang Ling nodded and asked Huang Xian to stay here. Huang Xian could not interfere in a battle of this level. Hiss. Lu Ming activated the wind thunder steps. With a flash of wind and thunder, his figure rushed out quickly and charged toward the giant lizard. The black dragon spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he suddenly threw it out. Like a bolt of lightning, it tore through the air and stabbed toward the giant lizard. Lu Ming's spiritual body was very powerful now. When the spear was thrown out, it was covered in the chaotic domain. The terrifying sound of the spear tearing through the air shocked the giant lizard. Roar! The giant lizard roared loudly. It did not care about attacking Yi Dongfang. One of its scaly palms slapped toward the black dragon spear. Poof! The black dragon spear directly pierced through the scales on the giant lizard's claw, all the way to the hilt. The giant lizard's palm was bleeding as it roared. At this moment, Lu Ming had arrived. It's you. The giant lizard roared angrily, a trace of fear in its eyes. It was well aware of Lu Ming's combat strength. This time, I'll kill you, Lu Ming said coldly. A chaotic flipping sky seal formed in his palm and suppressed the giant lizard. The giant lizard roared and fought back with all its might. However, after colliding with the chaotic flipping sky seal, its huge body shook and it kept retreating. Kill! Lu Ming roared. A chaotic flipping sky seal appeared in each of his hands and he smashed it toward the giant lizard. Boom! Boom! The two consecutive attacks made it difficult for the giant lizard to stay in the air. It was smashed to the ground and heavily smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. On the other side, Lu Ming's participation shocked Yi Dongfang. The power of thunder filled his body as he dealt with the human saint with all his strength. At this moment, Huang Ling also arrived and joined forces with Yi Dongfang. The human saint was immediately at a disadvantage. Today, you'll be the one to die. Yi Dongfang seemed to be about to explode with anger. He unleashed a storm of attacks on the human saint. With the help of Huang Ling, the human saint was struck by a bolt of lightning. Even though his body was protected by saint power, it was pierced and he spat out blood. Damn it! The human saint roared angrily. He wanted to retreat, but neither Huang Ling nor Yi Dongfang was weaker than him. With the two of them joining forces, he couldn't escape at all. On the other side, Lu Ming had completely suppressed the giant lizard. He rushed onto the giant lizard's back and used the suppressing hell skill. His genuine vitality surged into the flowing yuan gloves as he punched the giant lizard's back. Boom! The punch landed, and scales flew everywhere. A huge crater appeared on the giant lizard's back. Even its bones were broken. Its huge body fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. Roar! The giant lizard howled in pain. Its saint power condensed into terrifying attacks, trying to blast Lu Ming off its back. At this moment, light spots appeared on Lu Ming's body. A dozen saint weapons appeared. For example, the black feather wings and the shield saint weapon blocked the giant lizard's attack. Lu Ming grabbed a saint weapon battle sword and stabbed it into the giant lizard's wound. Sword chi burst out and pierced deep into the giant lizard's body. Then, Lu Ming's power exploded and he slashed horizontally. Rip! The giant lizard's huge body was almost cut in half. Blood flowed all over the ground. Roar! The giant lizard roared. Its huge body rolled wildly on the ground. Lu Ming soared into the sky. An extraordinarily huge chaotic flipping sky seal formed in the sky. This was the full power of the chaotic flipping sky seal. Boom! The full power of the primal chaos flipping sky seal pressed down on the giant lizard beast and smashed into its body. Chapter 1652. The ground exploded and gravel flew everywhere. A huge crater appeared on the ground. When the chaotic sky seal disappeared, the giant lizard beast lay in the crater like a puddle of mud. It had no aura at all. The giant lizard beast was dead. Lu Ming had killed it. On the other side of the battlefield, the human saint saw this scene and was almost scared to death. He had killed a saint before becoming a saint. Even though he was from the 100 Clan battlefield and had seen many foreign geniuses since he was young, it was still extremely rare to see such a battle record. For example, geniuses like Huang Ling, Yi Dongfang, and the Golden Crow 10th Prince had reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm. They could only fight against ordinary saints, but it was impossible to kill them. Unless it was an even stronger genius. But now, Lu Ming had done it. Even Yi Dongfang and Huang Ling were shocked. Even though they came from powerful emperor-level forces and had seen many things, such a battle record was still extremely rare. Most importantly, Lu Ming was only at the 1st stage of the half-saint realm. If he reached the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm and comprehended the laws, or even the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, how terrifying would his battle strength be? The saint tried desperately to break out of the encirclement, but Huang Ling and Yi Dongfang held him back. He was careless and was hit by Huang Ling, almost burning half of his body. Lu Ming waved his hand and the black dragon spear that had pierced the giant lizard beast's palm flew out. Lu Ming put it away and searched around. Finally, he found a storage ring in the giant lizard beast's mouth. Then, he walked toward the human saint step by step. This made the human saint feel a chill in his heart. 12 saint weapons surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the black dragon spear and charged toward the human saint like a bolt of black lightning. There was no suspense in this battle. With Lu Ming's participation, the human saint's fate was sealed. In the end, he let out an unwilling roar and was killed by Lu Ming and the other two. Huang Ling and Yi Dongfang didn't want the storage ring of the human saint, saying that it was Lu Ming's credit. Lu Ming naturally took it without hesitation. "Brother Lu, Miss Huang Ling, thank you for saving me." Yi Dongfang bowed to Lu Ming and Huang Ling. His eyes were filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Lu Ming and Huang Ling, he would have been attacked by 2 saints and would have been in danger. "It's nothing, Brother Yi, where do you want to go next?" Lu Ming asked. "I originally planned to go to the Alliance Mountain. I heard that many disciples of the Thunder God's sect were imprisoned in the Alliance Mountain. I planned to save them, but I didn't expect to be attacked by 2 saints. Of Yi." Yi Dongfang's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "That's great. I couldn't ask for more." The 4 of them left immediately and flew toward the Alliance Mountain. Although Yi Dongfang suffered some injuries, they weren't particularly serious. With his heavenly spiritual constitution, his vitality was extremely tenacious. He could heal his injuries while flying. Another day passed, and in front of them, a majestic mountain peak appeared before their eyes. The mountain was huge and lush, and it was filled with towering trees. That was the Alliance Mountain. The four of them didn't get close. Instead, they hid in the clouds and watched from afar. With their eyesight, they could clearly see the situation on the mountain even if they were far away. There was a flat land at the top of the mountain. Many young people were sitting on it. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. They were all prodigies from various sects and factions who had entered the 100-clan battlefield. Disciples of Phoenix Palace. Huang Ling said softly. She saw more than 20 disciples of Phoenix Palace in the crowd. At the same time, Yi Dongfang also noticed the disciples of Thunder God Palace. Around these youths, there were powerhouses guarding them. There were humans and terrifying foreign races. There was one in each direction. There were a total of 4 of them. They were all Saint Stage experts. There were also figures flashing in other parts of the mountain. However, they weren't Saint Stage experts. They were all below the Saint Stage. Only 4 Saint Stage experts? A trace of lightning flashed in Yi Dongfang's eyes. However, he didn't act rashly. The various clans of the 100-clan battlefield have been planning this for a long time. They mainly want to kill a large number of prodigies. But now, there are so many people imprisoned here. It's obvious that they want to lure us here and ambush us. I reckon that there are many powerful existences hiding in the dark. Lu Ming speculated. That's right. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to find out so easily that someone was brought here. The locals probably received the news a long time ago. As long as we asked, they would tell us the news. Huang Ling nodded. Then what should we do? We can't just wait. They might really make a move in a few days. Yi Dongfang said anxiously. I have an idea. However, we don't have enough people. We need some help. Lu Ming said after pondering for a moment. There are many sect disciples who have been captured here. There will definitely be others coming to rescue them. We'll contact them secretly and attack together. Huang Ling said. The 4 of them observed for a while and then retreated into a cloud in the distance to observe from afar. In the other direction of Lu Ming's group, 2 golden-robed figures stood in a cloud. One of them was the 10th Golden Crow Prince. The other was also from the Golden Crow clan. Prince, what should we do now? There are more than a dozen people from my clan who have been captured. Should we save them? The Golden Crow clan member asked. Save them? How? They have many experts and are obviously waiting for us to take the bait. Do you think it's worth it to put ourselves in danger to save them? The 10th Golden Crow Prince said coldly. The Golden Crow clan member lowered his head and didn't say anything. Let's go. We'll leave the 100-clan battlefield. The 10th Golden Crow Prince said coldly. He then retreated and soon disappeared. Following that, more and more people came to watch from afar. However, some people retreated like the 10th Golden Crow Prince. Some people were unwilling to give up and wandered around, watching from afar. Lu Ming's group of 4 flew toward a mountain peak. There were 4 young geniuses on this mountain peak. Who's there? With a cold shout, the 4 of them looked toward Lu Ming's group at the same time. It's you? The 4 of them were stunned. Xia Ding, the 4 of you should want to save them too, right? Lu Ming stepped forward and said. The 4 of them were the ones who had attacked Lu Ming and Huang Ling to take the map and key of the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. That's right. Xia Ding stared at Lu Ming and said cautiously. Lu Ming's current battle strength was extremely shocking. If he took revenge and attacked them, the 4 of them wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming even if they joined forces. How about we join forces? We want to save them too. Lu Ming said. Join forces? The gazes of Xia Ding and the others flickered, and then they looked towards Huang Ling and Yi Dongfang. All right, we agree to join forces. Chapter 1653. Just like that, there were 4 more people in Lu Ming's team. Over the next 2 days, Lu Ming and the others wandered around and invited a few more people to join forces. For example, the yellow-robed young man and another powerhouse whose combat strength was not weaker than Yi Dongfang's. In addition, there were a few weaker Skype rides. In this way, there were more than a dozen people in total. For example, there were 4 people at the same level as Yi Dongfang and Huang Ling. Lu Ming, what is your plan? Huang Ling finally could not help but ask Lu Ming. I have a way to change one's aura. I can change my own aura. I will first disguise myself as a native and approach the top of the mountain. Then, you guys will pretend to attack and attract a portion of the powerhouses while I rush in and save those who need to be saved. Then, we will break out of the encirclement together. Lu Ming said. Can't others recognize your aura-changing technique? Some people had doubts about it. Lu Ming smiled. He activated his illusory technique and his aura changed to be exactly the same as that person's. Everyone's expression changed drastically. There was actually such a mystical secret technique. Lu Ming smiled. The illusory technique that he had obtained in the Divine Wilderness continent was indeed very mystical. Even now, it was still very useful. As long as your cultivation doesn't exceed mine by too much, they won't be able to sense it. It won't be a problem to deceive a few bright sages for a short period of time. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's do that. Yi Dongfang waved his hand and a trace of fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. The others also agreed. This method was better than directly attacking. Wait for me in the distance. When I get close to the top of the mountain, I will send a message to Huang Ling. Then, it will be time to strike. Lu Ming said. The others nodded. Then, Lu Ming landed on the ground. The chaotic territory transformed into the earth territory. Lu Ming's body directly sank into the ground and disappeared. Lu Ming shuttled underground, completely retracting his aura as he headed towards the Alliance Mountain. When Lu Ming got close to the Meng Mountain, he chose a lone cultivator of the 9th layer Martial Emperor realm and killed him instantly. Then, Lu Ming changed his clothes and his appearance quickly changed. In the end, he looked exactly the same as his opponent. Even his aura was exactly the same. After throwing the corpse into a cave, Lu Ming swaggered back to the peak. Along the way, Lu Ming was naturally unimpeded. Very quickly, he arrived at the top of the mountain. In front of them, a huge blood-colored tiger suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze was like lightning as it fell on Lu Ming, as if it wanted to see through Lu Ming. This blood-red tiger was one of the 4 Saint stage powerhouses guarding the mountain peak. What are you doing here? The blood-red tiger opened its mouth. Holy might permeated the air, and its aura was oppressive. Senior, I have important news to report to you. Lu Ming said. What news? The blood-red tiger said. This, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. He deliberately looked to his left and right. He held a message transmission jade talisman in his hand and secretly sent a message to Huang Ling. In the distance, in a cluster of clouds, Huang Ling received Lu Ming's message. Lu Ming has sent a message. Attack. Huang Ling said. Suddenly, more than 10 figures rushed toward the Meng Mountain rapidly. The air whistled and released a terrifying aura. They have finally made their move. The blood-red tiger sneered. It looked in the direction of Huang Ling and the others, but its body did not move. Boom! Boom! At that moment, in the Meng Mountain, terrifying auras shot up into the sky. Sacred might was vast and mighty. 10 different figures rushed out. There were indeed terrifying powerhouses lying in ambush here. 10 Saint stage powerhouses charged toward Huang Ling and the others. Oh no, there are too many of them. Retreat! Huang Ling shouted. They quickly retreated. Don't let them escape. A Saint stage powerhouse roared. 10 Saint stage powerhouses chased after Huang Ling and the others. Humph, this time, all of them must stay here. The blood-red tiger sneered. It then looked at Lu Ming and said, what did you want to report just now? Senior, I wanted to say that someone else has sneaked in. Lu Ming said. Who? The blood-red tiger's eyes shone with golden light. That is, me. Lu Ming suddenly let out a loud roar. He stomped his foot and the ground cracked. Lu Ming's figure dashed toward the crimson tiger and threw a punch at it. Lu Ming used almost all of his strength in this punch. The blood-red tiger did not expect Lu Ming to attack. It wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The punch landed on the blood-red tiger's head. Although the blood-red tiger was a Saint stage powerhouse, it could not withstand the blow. Its head exploded and its body flew out. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed over. His glabella shone and the mountain river illustration appeared. A beam of light shone down and shrouded the disciples of Phoenix Palace. The disciples of Phoenix Palace were sucked into the mountain river illustration. Then, the mountain river illustration shone again and sucked in the disciples of Thunder God's sect. Courting death. Attack and kill him. At this time, the saints guarding the other directions finally reacted. They were furious and charged toward Lu Ming. Keep. Lu Ming controlled the mountain river diagram and frantically put away those youths. A pagoda appeared above his head. The bubbles cast the spacetime domain and 3 transparent bubbles suddenly enveloped the 3 saints, causing them to stop in their tracks in midair. Bubbles had reached the Sage-to-Be realm and was extremely powerful. The spacetime territory was enough to affect the saints. When the 3 saints broke free from the influence of the spacetime territory, Lu Ming had already sucked in more than half of the youths on the mountain peak. Kill! A loud shout came from the Alliance Mountain. A beam of demonic light shot out and an elder in a black robe appeared. He exuded a terrifying aura. It's him. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. This elder in a black robe had also fought outside the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. He was a great success bright sage and was extremely powerful. Lu Ming was no match for him. Let's go. Lu Ming kept the mountain river illustration and rushed into the distance. Save us, save us. The remaining youths screamed crazily, including the people of the Golden Crow tribe. However, Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He couldn't care less about these people. Moreover, these people's sect prodigies had retreated. For example, the 10th prince of the Golden Crow tribe and Lu Ming didn't need to save them. Lu Ming was saving their fellow sect prodigies who had joined forces with them. Stay here. The elder in a black robe was filled with murderous intent. Demonic chi surged into the sky as a huge palm print smashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming asked Bubbles to open the spacetime tunnel. He rushed into the spacetime tunnel and when he reappeared, he was near Huang Ling and the others. Let's go. The group of people gathered and flew forward at an extremely fast speed. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming and the others' faces changed drastically. Chapter 1654. Boom. 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 In front, there were a total of 10 auras, like smoke signals, extremely terrifying. The most shocking thing was that there were 4 auras, each of which was not weaker than the black-robed old man. They were not ordinary saints, but great success bright saints. There was even one whose aura was earth-shattering, much stronger than a great success bright saint. Peak bright saint. Many people turned pale. This time, the other party had sent out peak bright saints, and there were 4 great success bright saints and more than a dozen minor success bright saints. This lineup was too terrifying. If they were surrounded, they would only have a dead end, and there would be no chance. All of you, enter my mountain river diagram. Lu Ming roared, summoning the mountain river diagram. With so many people together, they would definitely not be able to rush out. If Lu Ming was alone, it might be possible. The others did not resist. Lu Ming's combat strength exceeded theirs. If Lu Ming could not rush out, they certainly could not. Suddenly, everyone was taken into the mountain river diagram by Lu Ming. Then, Lu Ming used the wind thunder steps, changed direction, and rushed out like a bolt of lightning. This kid has a grotto heaven treasure, don't let him escape. There was a roar. More than 20 Saint Realm experts chased after Lu Ming crazily. Among them, the peak bright Saint expert was the fastest. He took the lead and quickly chased after Lu Ming. Behind him, the 4 great success bright saints, including the black-robed old man, also quickly followed. No matter how wonderful the wind thunder steps was, and how fast the speed was, Lu Ming's cultivation was, after all, only in the first stage of the sage to be. There was a huge gap between him and a great success bright saint, or even a peak bright saint, so in terms of speed, he was still behind. Whoosh! The peak bright saint expert was extremely fast, and quickly approached Lu Ming. A terrifying saber light slashed out from his hand, and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He was no match for a peak bright saint. At this time, the bubble opened a space-time channel, and Lu Ming rushed into the space-time channel, appearing thousands of miles away. Space-time domain, damn it. That peak bright sage powerhouse roared and the aura on his body roared. His speed suddenly increased and he turned into a stream of light, dashing toward Lu Ming at high speed. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles. So fast. Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. He quickly flew away, but it didn't take long for the other party to close in on him again. Lu Ming could only have Bubble open the space-time tunnel again. Just like that, after a few consecutive times, the other saints had already been left far behind. However, that peak bright saint existence was still following closely behind. This can't go on. Lu Ming's mind kept turning. Bubble's ability to open a space-time channel consumed a lot of energy. It couldn't be opened continuously. At most, it could open it a dozen times before it ran out of energy. The space-time tunnel could only be used to save one's life at critical moments, but it was unrealistic to use it to travel. If this continued, the other party would catch up to Lu Ming before he could rush out of the 100-clan battlefield. To the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could only go to the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb and risk it. If it really didn't work, Lu Ming could only use the Reincarnation Halberd. However, the Reincarnation Halberd only had 2 beams of energy. If it exploded at full power, it could kill experts below the Emperor level. It was too precious. It was simply a waste to use it on a peak bright sage expert. Unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming was absolutely unwilling to use it. Lu Ming immediately changed direction and flew towards the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away from the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Every time Lu Ming was about to be caught by the other party, Lu Ming would let Bubble open a space-time tunnel to increase the distance between them. Then, he would rely on himself to fly, giving Bubble time to recover. When the other party was close, he would open a space-time tunnel to increase the distance between them. Just like that, one chased the other, boundless mountains and rivers flitted past under their feet. After an unknown period of time, just as Bubble's energy was about to be exhausted, a huge mountain that had been split in half appeared in front of them. They had arrived at the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He rushed straight into the tunnel. A strong pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming strode forward. Not long after, the peak bright sage expert also arrived. He also rushed into the tunnel. Bam! He was caught off guard. The terrifying pressure pressed down on him. Even with his peak bright sage cultivation, he fell directly to the ground and almost fell flat on his face. Boom! The peak bright sage expert's saint power surged. He wanted to break through the pressure and catch up to Lu Ming. However, it was useless. It seemed that the stronger one's cultivation, the stronger the pressure. In the end, his face was flushed red. He could only step forward and chase after Lu Ming. The two of them moved forward in the tunnel. Very soon, a day had passed. A day had passed, and the tunnel was still boundless. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. When they came out, they had finished this tunnel in a day. Now that a day had passed, it was still a long way ahead. Could it be that when they went in, it took half a month, but when they came out, it only took a day. Very soon, Lu Ming's guess was confirmed. Time passed day by day, but they still had not finished the tunnel. The peak bright sage existence was a thin middle-aged man. At this time, his face was extremely gloomy. However, he was an old monster who had lived for a long time. Naturally, he was very patient. Time passed, and half a month had passed. They finally reached the end of the tunnel. Lu Ming stepped into the tunnel and entered the tomb area. Suddenly, the tomb lit up. Shadows appeared and attacked Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming punched a few times consecutively. He defeated a few shadows and rushed forward quickly. Not long after, the peak bright sage existence also rushed through the tunnel and stepped into the tomb area. However, just as the peak bright sage existence stepped into the tomb area, a few tombs emitted a bright light. The power of laws surged violently. Those few shadows almost became solid. Die, sage. The shadow of a flaming bull let out a long roar and stomped down. Raging flames burned fiercely. That peak bright sage expert's expression changed drastically. He slashed out with his saber, but the saber light shattered. That Huanyo stomped on his chest. The peak bright sage expert screamed miserably as he was sent flying far away. Blood spurted from his mouth. His chest had exploded. If it weren't for his high cultivation base and strong life force, he would have died. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. When the other party rushed in, the laws on the tombs collectively went berserk, erupting with a terrifying attack. It heavily injured the peak bright sage existence. Could it be that the sage realm can't enter here? Once a sage realm expert steps in, it will cause the laws on the tombs to go berserk? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. This was a pleasant surprise. He had wanted to enter the land of reincarnation to avoid the other party's pursuit, but now it seemed that there was no need. Old man, if you have the ability, come and chase me. Lu Ming could not help but laugh. Little bastard, just you wait. Unless you hide in there forever. Chapter 1655. That guy will definitely block me and the other sage realm experts at the entrance of the passage. Lu Ming thought to himself as he watched the other party leave. Now, he could only stay here for a while. Lu Ming went deeper into the tombs and soon arrived at the intersection. On both sides of the intersection, above the two tombs, there was a true dragon and a phoenix. Both of them were very powerful, but with Lu Ming's current combat strength and the help of his previous body and bubbles, he managed to rush past them and arrived at the Yellow Spring River. Lu Ming summoned the mountain river diagram, which glowed. Huang Ling, Yi Dongfang, and the others, as well as those who had been saved by Lu Ming, all appeared by the Yellow Spring River. Is this the reincarnation emperor's tomb? Huang Ling, Yi Dongfang, and the others recognized the place as soon as they came out. Those who had not entered were puzzled and looked around. When they saw the Yellow Spring River, their faces darkened. That's right, this is the reincarnation emperor's tomb. Lu Ming's face was solemn as he said, it seems that we will have to stay here for a while. The other party is too strong. With my cultivation, I can't shake them off. We can only hide here for now. It's good enough that we're here. What's your plan next? Huang Ling looked at Lu Ming. Not only was Lu Ming's combat strength amazing, but he was also resourceful and meticulous. He had left a deep impression on her. Cultivate and improve. When we're strong enough, we'll rush out. Lu Ming said. This time, Lu Ming had saved nearly 500 people. Most of them were elites with superior earth spiritual bodies. With the addition of those with heavenly spiritual bodies, as long as their strength improved, they could join forces and rush out. We can cultivate here without worry. Those native sages can't come in. Lu Ming told them about the changes in the tomb. Everyone was relieved. Lu Ming, no matter what, we have to thank you this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to save them. Huang Ling said sincerely. That's right. This time, it's all thanks to Lu Ming. Regardless of whether I can escape successfully or not, I, Yi Dongfang, will remember this favor. Yi Dongfang said. Lu Ming, we were wrong to attack you back then. I hope you don't take offense. Xia Ding and the other three also stepped forward and expressed their gratitude to Lu Ming. It's all right. I promise to help Huang Ling save the people from Phoenix Palace. Saving you guys is just a matter of convenience. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Next, everyone split up in twos and threes, looking for a place to cultivate. Lu Ming returned to the Bridge of Helplessness, but Meng Po was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming sized up the whirlpool, but in the end, he didn't jump down. He sat cross-legged at the head of the bridge and swallowed the oars to regulate his breathing. When Lu Ming's cultivation recovered, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram and came to the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. Previously, when Lu Ming had put Huang Ling and the others into the mountain and river diagram, his second body had hidden it with the mountain and river diagram. Therefore, Huang Ling and the others didn't see Lu Ming's Enlightenment Ancient Tree. After all, the Enlightenment Ancient Tree was too precious. If others saw it, there would be unnecessary trouble. Although the mountain and river diagram was precious, everyone present was a genius of an emperor-level force. Naturally, they had seen similar treasures before, so they weren't too surprised. Lu Ming sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment Ancient Tree, quietly comprehending the Tao and comprehending the chaotic domain. He hoped to cultivate the chaotic domain into the chaotic law as soon as possible. As long as he cultivated the chaotic domain into the chaotic law and entered the second stage of the Sage to Be, Lu Ming's strength would skyrocket. At that time, he wouldn't be afraid of facing someone in the Great Success Bright Sage realm. He was even confident that he could take a few blows from a peak Bright Sage realm expert. At that time, his chances of escaping would be greatly increased. At the same time, Ming Lian's second body was also cultivating. Ming Lian's second body had already ignited 10 spirit lamps. Next, he would also use inscriptions to communicate with the law and step into the second stage of the Sage to Be. As for Bubble, she was also cultivating. The others were the same. In this area, no one disturbed them. Everyone was single-mindedly improving their strength. Outside, there were Saint Realm experts from various clans surrounding them. Everyone was under great pressure. When the pressure was great, they improved faster when they cultivated, turning the pressure into strength. Day after day, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ming Lian's second body had been cultivated to the limit. It seemed that he could communicate with the law at any time and step into the second stage of the Sage to Be. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had to consider which law to cultivate for his second body. In the Saint Realm, generally, one could only control one law. When breaking through to the Saint Realm, one would use the law as the foundation to condense a Saint heart. The way of inscription could use inscriptions to borrow all kinds of energy between heaven and earth. Of course, it could also be used to comprehend those laws. But most of those laws were ordinary laws, such as metal, wood, water, and fire. But in the way of inscription, there were 3 extremely powerful laws. They were the law of array, the law of tools, and the law of alchemy. These 3 laws were extremely powerful. Mastering each of them was terrifying. Each of them was very difficult to comprehend. They were the supreme laws in the hearts of those who cultivated the way of inscription. Even if they were not comparable to the law of primal chaos, they were powerful laws that were close to the law of primal chaos. Lu Ming's ambition was to comprehend one of the laws. Which one should he comprehend? The law of array. In the end, Lu Ming made up his mind. The law of array could evolve into endless offensive and defensive techniques. There were thousands of changes and endless. Legend had it that after someone comprehended the law of array, they could use the law of array to deduce the law of destruction, and so on. They all had terrifying power and could destroy heaven and earth. Although the law of array was extremely difficult to comprehend, Lu Ming had the Tai Chi array disc. The Tai Chi array disc seemed to contain the law of array. After choosing a direction, Ming Lian's second body began to cultivate again. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. It had been 4 months since they entered the reincarnation emperor's tomb. At this time, Ming Lian's second body's cultivation had reached a critical moment. In the mountain river diagram, 10 golden spirit lamps appeared above Ming Lian's second body's head. In the end, they formed a golden pillar of fire that shot into the sky as if it wanted to communicate with the law of array. The Tai Chi array disc floated in the air and emitted a strange light that sprinkled on Lu Ming's body. Buzz! At this moment, in the sky, there was a strange force that landed on Ming Lian's second body. At this moment, dense runes appeared on Ming Lian's second body. These runes were similar to inscriptions but were many times more advanced. This was the embodiment of the law of array. Lu Ming and the others had comprehended the law of array. Whoosh! Lu Ming suddenly stood up and struck out with his palm. Dense runes appeared on his palm and formed a dazzling battle sword. He slashed forward and a sword chi split a small hill in half. Then, he took a step forward and runes appeared, condensing into a true dragon that flew out. Amazing! Is this the law of array? Chapter 1656. Precepts were formless and untouchable, but they truly existed. After a cultivator comprehended the precepts, their every move contained the power of the precepts, and their power was astonishing. Ming Lian's second body had reached the second stage of the half-saint realm first. The next step was to reach the third stage of the half-saint realm, the vessel of precepts. At that time, he could begin to break through to the saint realm. Ming Lian's second body's breakthrough had undoubtedly greatly improved Lu Ming's strength, but it was not enough. Lu Ming's main body had not yet broken through. Next, Ming Lian's second body continued to cultivate and familiarize himself with the use of the precepts of the matrix. Time passed quickly, and the days passed quickly. Many people had made breakthroughs during this period of time. Many of the heavens' prides with superior earth spiritual bodies used to be in the first stage of the half-step sage realm. Now, they had broken through to the second stage of the half-step sage realm. Many of them who were in the second stage of the half-step sage realm had now entered the third stage of the half-step sage realm. Most importantly, Xia Ding and other geniuses with heavenly spiritual bodies had also broken through to the third stage of the half-saint realm, the vessel of precepts. In this way, their combat strength had greatly increased, and they were no weaker than Huang Ling, Yi Dongfang, and the others. Yi Dongfang and the others were originally in the third stage of the half-saint realm. During this period of time, they had reached the limit of the half-saint realm. If not for the 100-clan battlefield, they could have broken through to the saint realm if they were outside. In general, their strength had greatly improved. They were waiting for Lu Ming to come out of seclusion. As long as Lu Ming came out, they could join forces and break out. Just over a month after the second body's breakthrough, Bubble also broke through. The spacetime domain had transformed into the spacetime precepts. Previously, Lu Ming had asked Huang Ling and the others about what the 10 strongest precepts in the world were. The chaos precepts were known as the emperor of all precepts, and were naturally one of the 10 strongest precepts. The transmigration precepts were also one of the 10 strongest precepts in the world. The spacetime precepts controlled time and space, and were also one of the 10 strongest precepts. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to cultivate the spacetime precepts. Even Bubble, who was born with the ability to control time and space, and had the spacetime crystal given by the Titan Longhorn Beetle, had taken a long time to successfully cultivate and comprehend the spacetime precepts, and enter the second stage of the half-saint realm. At this point, Bubble's combat strength had undergone a qualitative change, reaching a terrifying level. Under the Tree of Enlightenment, Lu Ming was still cultivating. From the primal chaos domain to the law of primal chaos, this step was extremely difficult to cross. Back then, the reincarnation emperor had given Lu Ming a wisp of true chaotic chi. After Lu Ming had refined it, not only had his spiritual body become much stronger, but it had also allowed Lu Ming to truly comprehend chaotic chi, which would be of great help to his comprehension of the laws of chaos. But even so, after such a long time, Lu Ming still hadn't broken through. A month after Bubble's breakthrough, half a year after they entered the reincarnation emperor's tomb. Wang! The chaotic domain around him finally changed. The dense primal chaos domain vanished without a trace. At this moment, Lu Ming had an epiphany. He opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. With a thought, an invisible ripple spread out between the heavens and the earth. Then, a strand of primal chaos chi revolved around Lu Ming's finger. Law of primal chaos. A strange light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, as if primal chaos chi was circulating. After half a year of bitter cultivation, Lu Ming had finally mastered the laws of chaos and stepped into the second stage of the sage-to-be. His strength had skyrocketed. Lu Ming himself didn't know how powerful the laws of chaos were. It's time to go out. Lu Ming got up and took a step forward, appearing outside the mountain river diagram. Then, he stepped onto the bridge of helplessness, only to find that many people had gathered in a circle and seemed to be paying attention to something. Lu Ming walked over and came to Yi Dongfang's side. "Brother Lu, you've broken through?" Feeling Lu Ming's aura, Yi Dongfang's eyes lit up. Lu Ming's combat strength was already extremely shocking. If he broke through, it would probably be even more terrifying, and they would have a greater chance of breaking out. "Yes, I broke through by luck." Lu Ming nodded. Chirp, a phoenix's cry rang out. "Phoenix spirit." Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It turned out that there was a flame burning in the place where everyone was watching. A phoenix was flying in the flame, but Phoenix Spirit's figure was nowhere to be seen. It seems that Phoenix Spirit is about to undergo nirvana. Once she succeeds, I'm afraid I won't be her opponent anymore. Yi Dongfang sighed. "Phoenix Nirvana?" Lu Ming whispered. Yes, the bloodline that Phoenix Spirit awakened in the past was the immortal heavenly phoenix, one of the top 10 battle beasts. It's no small matter. After she cultivated into a spiritual body, at first, it was only an inferior earth spiritual body. However, the immortal heavenly phoenix body has a special characteristic, which is to continuously undergo nirvana and rebirth. Every time she undergoes nirvana, her spiritual body will rise by a level, which is extremely shocking. After this successful nirvana, her spiritual body will probably reach the intermediate earth spiritual body stage. Yi Dongfang explained with envy in his eyes. This is so similar to my 9 dragons bloodline. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. When the 9 dragons bloodline first condensed a spiritual body, it was also an inferior earth spiritual body. It needed to devour and refine the spiritual essence of the true dragon to continuously advance. However, the immortal heavenly phoenix body could achieve evolution through nirvana and rebirth. Perhaps, those who had awakened the bloodline of the top 10 battle beasts were not simple. Moreover, in the world, for countless years, there had been those who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 10 battle beasts, or even surpass them. Once such a bloodline was awakened, it would be extremely terrifying. It seemed that there were spiritual bodies that could continuously evolve like the dragon god battle body. After all, spiritual bodies were not bloodlines. Bloodlines were innate. Once awakened, they could be improved, but they could be improved through nirvana pills. As for spiritual bodies, they were cultivated from bloodlines, not innate. Perhaps the restrictions were not so great, and it was normal for them to be able to evolve. The flame became more and more intense. The phoenix let out a long cry and flew continuously. However, a day later, the raging flame seemed to have burned to the limit and quickly converged, revealing Phoenix Spirit's figure. At this time, although Phoenix Spirit's cultivation was still at the 3rd stage of the sage-to-be, the pressure she gave off was much stronger than before. Even Lu Ming felt a trace of pressure. Phoenix Spirit's spiritual body had successfully evolved and reached the intermediate heaven spiritual body. Phew! The flame disappeared and Phoenix Spirit stood up. Congratulations, Phoenix Spirit. Congratulations, congratulations. Yi Dongfang, Xia Ding, and the others congratulated Phoenix Spirit. There was envy in their eyes, but they were not discouraged. The higher the spiritual body level, the stronger the talent and the stronger the combat strength of the same level. However, their future achievements might not be stronger. They were also heaven's spiritual bodies and had the potential to break through to the Emperor realm. In the future, when they cultivated to the martial Emperor realm, it was hard to say whose achievements would be higher. Chapter 1657. Huang Ling nodded and expressed her gratitude to the crowd. She then glanced at Lu Ming. Huang Ling, I just had a breakthrough too. Let's break out of here today. Lu Ming said. His eyes flickered sharply. All right, let's break out of here today. The others nodded. Their faces flickered with murderous intent. They were all geniuses with great pride. However, they had been forced to hide here for half a year because of the local tribes. They had been holding back their anger for a long time. Let's go. Lu Ming immediately took the lead and strode toward the exit. Almost 500 people followed behind Lu Ming. Their auras were shocking. Soon, he arrived at the passageway leading to the entrance of the passageway. Sure enough, the time needed to cross the passage was only a short one day. As they crossed the exit, a loud roar could be heard from outside. They are coming out. Bang! 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 Immediately, terrifying auras burst out from all directions outside the passage. They were the auras of Sacred Realm experts. There were around 20 of them. These people were unwilling to give up. They had been waiting here for half a year. Over 20 figures arrived in the air. They were encapsulated in sacred glows. Their auras were as heavy as mountains. Kill! Lu Ming let out a roar and charged forward. Kill, kill, kill! The rest of the young men immediately charged forward, firing terrifying attacks at Qin Nan. Their strength had improved significantly compared to half a year ago. Die! An expert in the lesser success stage of the bright sacred realm fixed his eyes on Lu Ming and threw a punch at Lu Ming. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming said coldly. He executed the hell-suppressing heaven art and threw a punch forward. The punch contained the power of the law of chaos. Bang! Lin Fan's fist collided with the opponent's palm. The opponent's expression changed drastically as he screamed in agony. His palm directly exploded. Lin Fan's terrifying force continued to bombard the opponent with devastating force. No! The other party screamed in terror. Then, under this move, his body was torn apart. His saint heart was shattered, and he died on the spot. With just a single move, he had killed a radiant saint in the lesser mastery. The other saints by the side sucked in a cold breath. Wang! Suddenly, the void rippled, and the space in front of the other bright saint expert shattered like a mirror. The body of the bright saint expert also shattered like a mirror. Another small success bright saint expert had died. Bubble had used the laws of spacetime to instantly kill a sage realm expert. Chirp, on the other side, Huang Ling was bathed in her undying flames. She struck out with her palm, and a blazing phoenix flew out. A radiant saint expert was sent flying, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured by Huang Ling in one move. As for Yi Dongfang, Xia Ding, and the others, they also unleashed their full strength. Every one of them could fight against a saint, and they were not weak at all. Together with the other 500 Sky Prides, their combined might was terrifying. With their combined might, they were able to completely block off the other party's attack. You're courting death. A black-robed old man with cold eyes charged toward Lu Ming. This person was a radiant saint expert in the greater mastery. A demonic palm print blasted toward Lu Ming. Its combat strength was several times stronger than that of a small success bright saint expert. A chaotic flipping sky seal suddenly appeared in Lu Ming's palm, and he smashed it toward the old man. The chaotic flipping sky seal was activated with the laws of spacetime. Its power was even more terrifying, and it directly smashed the old man's demonic palm print. It seems like the peak radiant saint expert is not here for the time being. Then let's kill this guy. Lu Ming's eyes burst out with cold murderous intent. His glabella shone, and Ming Lian's second body stepped out. The Tai Chi array shone, and a Tai Chi yin yang fish pattern pressed toward the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man's demonic light burst out, and he struck out two palms to resist the Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern. But at this moment, he was shocked to find that his movements had slowed down, as though he was in slow motion. Swoosh! A sword formed by the space slashed across, and a sword wound appeared on the black-robed old man's body. Blood flowed out, and his body was almost cut into two. Kill! Lu Ming would not let go of such an opportunity. With a loud roar, the divine sword art attacked the old man's soul. When Lu Ming broke through to the second stage of the Sage-to-Be realm, his soul had been refined, and he had finally broken through the limit. Now, Lu Ming's soul power was equivalent to the soul power of a radiant saint expert of the initial stage. Although his soul power was not as strong as the black-robed old man's, the divine sword art could still affect the old man to a certain extent. At the same time, Lu Ming appeared beside the old man. Under the old man's horrified gaze, Lu Ming punched the old man's head. The old man's head exploded like a watermelon. Swoosh! Lu Ming's claw pierced the black-robed old man's dantian, and he grabbed the old man's saint heart. The saint heart was as black as ink, like a diamond. It was sparkling, and it was filled with the laws of demonic Tao. The saint heart of a sage-to-be was a treasure. It could be used to refine pills or refine weapons. It was very expensive in the market, so Lu Ming kept it immediately. As for the black-robed old man, he could not be any more dead. A radiant saint expert was killed in a few moves by Lu Ming, his second body, and Bubble. Of course, this was because the three of them had a tacit understanding. If Lu Ming's main body was alone, his combat strength would not be much different from the old man's. It would be impossible for him to kill the old man. At most, he would have the upper hand. When the native Sage-to-Be realm experts saw this scene, they were terrified and retreated continuously. It was the same for the other three great success bright saints. They were going all out to deal with the other sky prides. When they saw this scene, they felt a chill run down their spines. After not seeing each other for half a year, Lu Ming had killed a radiant saint expert of the initial stage with a single punch. He could even kill a radiant saint expert of the great stage. This was too terrifying. Charge! Lu Ming did not continue to fight. He took the opportunity to rush out of the encirclement. Die for me. At this moment, a loud roar came from behind. A thin figure flew over at extreme speed. It was the radiant saint expert. This person was injured by the power of the laws in the reincarnation emperor's tomb. During this period of time, he was hiding not far away to recuperate. When he heard the commotion, Lu Ming and the others had already rushed out of the encirclement. Everyone enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming shouted and summoned the mountain and river diagram. He took everyone into the mountain and river diagram. Even if he joined forces with Bubble and his second body, they were not a match for a radiant saint expert. In the saint realm, every step forward would increase one's combat strength by several times. The gap was huge. After taking the others into the mountain and river diagram, Bubble opened a spacetime channel. Lu Ming stepped into it directly. The next moment, he appeared tens of thousands of miles away. After Bubble comprehended the spacetime laws, his various aspects had naturally improved rapidly. The spacetime channel's distance had also increased by several times. Chapter 1658. The peak bright saint expert was dumbfounded when he saw that Lu Ming had disappeared. Then, he let out a furious roar. When he found out that Lu Ming had killed a bright sage initial mastery and a bright sage phenomenal mastery powerhouse, he almost vomited blood. This time, they had failed to capture Lu Ming and the others. Half a year ago, not only had he been injured, but they had also lost two great experts this time. They had bitterly waited here for half a year, but in the end, they did not even leave behind a single strand of hair. One could imagine how depressed they were. Inform all clans to hunt down the other outsiders of the 100-tribe battlefield. In the future, kill anyone who sees an outsider. The peak bright saint expert roared. His killing intent was extremely strong. After passing through several spacetime passages, Lu Ming changed direction and flew toward the periphery of the 100-tribe battlefield. Lu Ming's current speed was extremely fast. He was like a ray of light flying across the sky. Half a day later, Lu Ming had already arrived at the periphery of the 100-tribe battlefield. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He heard a violent roar in front of him. It was the sound of a great battle. Lu Ming flew forward. Not long after, Lu Ming saw 4 young people being chased by a group of strange beasts. It's them. What a coincidence. Lu Ming's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. The 4 young people were Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the other 2. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the cultivation of the 4 of them had also improved greatly. When Yun Shi had first entered the 100-tribe battlefield, her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the martial royal realm. Now, she had reached the 2nd stage of the half-saint realm, the same as Lu Ming. Yun Kai and the other 2 had also reached the 1st stage of the half-saint realm. But now, they were in extreme danger. They were being chased by a group of strange beasts. Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the other 2 were very depressed. During this period, they had been moving around the periphery of the 100-tribe battlefield. They had been training in some of the outer cities, and their cultivation had steadily improved. But more than half a year ago, the natives of the 100-tribe battlefield had gone crazy. They had started to wantonly hunt and capture the foreign geniuses. They were lucky to have escaped the calamity and found a safe place to hide. They had been hiding for more than half a year. Recently, they had all made breakthroughs in their cultivation bases. They wanted to rush out of the 100-tribe battlefield and return to Cloud Emperor Mountain. However, not long after they came out, they were chased by a group of exotic beasts. The overall combat strength of this group of exotic beasts was twice as strong as theirs. They were no match for them at all. Charge out! Yun Shi shouted loudly. Her long spear danced like a dragon, and blocked the 3 strange beasts of the 2nd stage of the semi-sage realm. They wanted to rush out, but the exotic beasts held them tightly. Ah, Yun Kai, what are you doing? Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. It turned out that Yun Kai had suddenly attacked and sent Yun Kai flying with a single palm strike. Many strange beasts immediately pounced towards Yun Quebec. Yun Kai let out an angry roar, exploding with all his strength to resist. Yun Kai, Yun Shi was also furious. Exchanging his life for the lives of the 3 of us is worth it. Now, let's charge. Yun Kai shouted, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Yun Kai risked his life to attract a group of exotic beasts. Naturally, there was an opening, and Yun Kai quickly rushed out from that opening. Ah, Yun Kai, you will die a horrible death. Yun Kai roared crazily. Poochie. His arm was torn off by a strange beast. Hold on. Yun Shi shouted, rushing towards Yun Kai with all her might. She swept away a strange beast and saved Yun Kai by a hair's breadth. Humph, how stupid. You didn't rush out with such a good opportunity. Then, all of you can go to hell. Yun Kai sneered in his heart. Don't let him escape. A strange beast spoke in human language. Suddenly, several powerful strange beasts chased after Yun Kai, including 2 2nd-stage semi-sage beasts. Yun Kai's expression changed. He used his movement technique to the extreme and flew at top speed. The next moment, his expression changed because he saw a person in front of him. This person was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's you. You came at the right time. Come and help us resist the strange beasts. Yun Kai shouted coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he flew towards Lu Ming at top speed. Obviously, he wanted to drag Lu Ming into the water to help him resist the strange beasts so that he could escape. His intentions were sinister. Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face, and he did not move. Yun Kai's face revealed a ferocious expression, and he rushed towards Lu Ming at top speed. Get lost. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted. This voice contained the power of the divine sword art. Yun Kai screamed and his body stopped in the air. Lu Ming took a step forward, past Yun Kai, and appeared beside Yun Shi and the others. Kill! Lu Ming shouted again. The divine sword art blasted out with the power of the sound wave, bombarding the strange beasts. Plop! Plop! A large number of strange beasts fell directly, their vitality extinguished. Lu Ming's shout just now had destroyed the souls of those strange beasts, including several second-stage half-saint beasts, by Lu Ming. Yun Shi and the other two were dumbfounded. To them, the strange beasts that could take their lives were killed by Lu Ming's shout. This made them feel like they were dreaming. Then, Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air, forming 3 true origin ribbons, entangling Yun Shi and the others, and retreating quickly. Those strange beasts looked at Lu Ming in horror, and did not dare to chase after him. Ah, save me, save me. At this time, Yun Kai screamed at the top of his lungs. Lu Ming's shout just now did not kill Yun Kai, and it did not even injure him. It only made him feel pain, and his body stopped. Now, he was surrounded by those strange beasts. He was alone, so how could he be a match for those strange beasts? Suddenly, a few more wounds appeared on his body. Lu Ming, Yun Shi, and the others looked on coldly. The strange beasts that had surrounded Yun Shi and the others saw this scene, and immediately roared and rushed toward Yun Kai. Yun Kai was even more desperate, and he screamed, Lu Ming, save me, I am a disciple of Cloud Emperor Mountain, you can't leave me to die. Lu Ming shook his head. This Yun Kai, at this time, still wanted to use Cloud Emperor Mountain to threaten him. How stupid. Puff. One of Yun Kai's legs was torn off by a strange beast. He screamed miserably, Lu Ming, Yun Shi, I was wrong, save me, but in the next moment, a strange beast in the second stage of the half-saint realm bit off his head directly. Yun Kai died unwillingly. Roar! Roar! Those strange beasts looked at Lu Ming seriously, and then ran away, not daring to make a move. Yun Kai, you deserve to die. Yun Kai said hatefully. Previously, Yun Kai had plotted against him in order to save his life, and they did not have the slightest sympathy for him. Indeed, you deserve to die. Chapter 1659. Next, Yun Kai and the other youth, Yun Feng, also expressed their gratitude to Lu Ming. When Lu Ming had wanted to come with them, they had looked down on Lu Ming. At that time, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 6th layer of the martial emperor realm. They had thought that Lu Ming wanted to borrow their strength to temper himself in the 100-tribe battlefield. But now, after more than a year, Lu Ming was unfathomable in their eyes. Moreover, Lu Ming had saved them time and time again. Otherwise, they would not have been able to walk out of the 100-tribe battlefield. No need to thank me. I saved you because I wanted to use your transportation array to return to Tsangzhou. Lu Ming said indifferently. The 100-tribe battlefield was extremely far away from Tsangzhou. Without a transportation array, it would take an unknown amount of time to fly there. Yunzhou was the closest province to Tsangzhou. If they wanted to return, they would first go to Yunzhou. Yun Shi, Yun Kai, and the others had awkward expressions on their faces. Let's go. Lu Ming said and flew out of the 100-tribe battlefield. Yun Shi and the others hurriedly followed. At this point, they were not far from the 100-tribe battlefield. Soon, they flew out of the 100-tribe battlefield and appeared outside the 100-tribe battlefield. As soon as they flew out of the 100-tribe battlefield, Lu Ming immediately felt that the primal chaos law of heaven and earth had become clearer and more natural to control. After all, the laws in the 100-tribe battlefield were too chaotic. The saints outside the 100-tribe battlefield are probably stronger than the saints inside. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. In the 100-tribe battlefield, the laws were chaotic. The saints would not be able to control the laws as they wished. In a battle of the same level, the saints outside would definitely be stronger. Lu Ming, let's go to the transportation array. Yun Shi said. Wait a moment. Lu Ming said. Then, his forehead lit up and a large group of people suddenly appeared, giving Yun Shi and the others a fright. Especially when they sensed the cultivation of this group of people, their expressions changed greatly. The cultivation of this group of people wasn't any weaker than theirs. In fact, they were all stronger than them. Some of their auras were as dense as mountains, unfathomable. All the geniuses were peerless geniuses. Yun Shi and the others widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming actually had such a huge force with him. What exactly had Lu Ming experienced in the 100-clan battlefield? These people were none other than Huang Ling, Yi Dongfang, and the others. The moment Huang Ling and the rest came out, they started looking around. The aura of laws here is not from the 100-race battlefield. Ha ha ha, we're out. They could sense that they were already out of the 100-tribe battlefield. They were overjoyed. They were finally out of danger. Although many people didn't return in this direction, as long as they left the 100-clan battlefield, it would be easy for them to return. It would only take them a bit more time. Then, everyone expressed their gratitude to Lu Ming. Yun Shi and the others could only watch from the side, dumbfounded. Lu Ming, with your talent, you will definitely leave that Song State in the future. After all, that Song State is too small. If you leave that Song State in the future, you can come to the ancient moon's sacred ground to find me. Huang Ling's beautiful eyes wandered as she came in front of Lu Ming. There was a trace of reluctance in her eyes, but she hid it very well. Ancient moon's sacred ground? Lu Ming was puzzled. He had never heard of the ancient moon's sacred ground. You haven't heard of it? Huang Ling asked. No, I came from outside the Yuanlu continent. I'm not very familiar with the Yuanlu continent. There aren't many records in the ancient books in the Tsang state. Lu Ming said. You came from the barren land? This time, not only Huang Ling, but the other geniuses were also surprised. Lu Ming was such a genius, but he actually came from the barren land. It was really beyond their expectations. The barren land? Lu Ming was even more puzzled. Why had he not heard of any of the places that Huang Ling and the others mentioned? Back then, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley had given him a map. It was the territory of the dozens of large states near the Tsang state. Lu Ming, let me tell you the rough division of the entire world. Legend has it that there are a total of 9 heavens and 10 lands between the heavens and the earth. Legend has it that the 9 heavens are not the land of the Yuan realm, but the heaven realm. Legend has it that the heaven realm and the Yuan realm are twin worlds. The heaven realm is divided into 9 heavens, and the Yuan realm is divided into 10 lands. I'm not sure about the 9 heavens of the heaven realm. After all, it's too far away from us. The 10 lands of the Yuan continent are the barren land, the land of sin and chaos, the land of infinite demons, the land of infinite demons, the land of divine beasts, the land of 5 elements, the land of heavenly savages, the land of 9 serenities, the land of Yuan Mountain, and the land of divine fate. Among them, the barren land refers to the endless islands outside the Yuan continent. It's called the barren land when combined. Huang Ling explained in detail. Outside the Yuan continent, there's an endless ocean. The endless islands and continents are actually one of the 10 lands, the barren land? Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. That's right. The place we're at is one of the 10 lands, the Yuan Mountain. The Yuan Mountain is vast and boundless. Its territory is so vast that it's difficult to calculate. There are countless forces of various sizes in the Yuan Mountain. There are many emperor-level forces and countless blessed grotto heavens. However, among all the blessed grotto heavens, there are 9 places that are the most famous. They're called the 9 Great Holy Lands. Each of the 9 Great Holy Lands is a holy land for cultivation. The environment is unique and far surpasses other places. The Ancient Moon Holy Land is one of the 9 Great Holy Lands. There are many powerful forces entrenched in each of the holy lands. My Phoenix Palace is in the Ancient Moon Holy Land. In fact, the location of the 100-tribe battlefield is within the range of the Ancient Moon Holy Land. Therefore, the Sky Prides who come to the 100-tribe battlefield to train are mostly from the Ancient Moon Holy Land. There are also some Emperor-level forces in the nearby provinces. Huang Ling continued to explain. Lu Ming let out a long breath. His eyes were filled with shock. He finally had a clearer understanding of the Yuan Mountains' territory. Vast, it was too vast. The Tsang province was already extremely vast. However, it was only one of the many provinces near the ancient Moon Holy Land. There were obviously even more powerful forces entrenched in the ancient Moon Holy Land. The Yuan Mountain had the 9 great holy lands. How many provinces were there? How big was the territory? However, the Yuan Mountain was only one of the 10 lands in the Yuan Mountain. How many sky prides and powerhouses were there in such a vast territory? Perhaps no one knew that on this vast land, powerhouses would fall and powerhouses would be born every day. Sky prides would rise and experience their own joys and sorrows. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with intense anticipation. The Tsang province was still too small. In the future, he would definitely leave the Tsang province and explore the outside world. Brother Lu, remember to look for me when you're at the ancient Moon Holy Land. We'll drink to our heart's content then. Yi Dongfang said forthrightly. The Thunder God sect was also in the ancient Moon Holy Land. Immediately, the other sky prides also sent invitations to Lu Ming.